Chapter 2593. During this period of time, after Xiaoyang stabilized his injuries, he began to take an unconventional approach. He wanted to rely on the power of the horned dragon's inner core to help him break through another realm. In fact, he knew very well that the reason they were able to kill the Black Scissors and even Black Sunflower, a rank 6 Almighty, was because of a coincidence that they were able to achieve this goal. If they hadn't been severely injured in the battle with the horned dragon, it wouldn't have been easy to kill them. It was so much so that even the 3 of them would die in that battle. Now, the dust had settled on the opportunity in the horned dragon's tomb. Their next target would naturally change because of this. Those rank 6 Almighties had most likely recovered during this period of time and were in their peak condition. It was almost impossible to kill them now. Therefore, Xiaoyang was also very anxious right now. If he could raise his cultivation by another level, then their chances of success would be very high. Success might just be a step away. Therefore, all of these still needed to be tried. Moreover, Xiaoyang almost lost his life when dealing with the heavily injured He Kuei. If He Kuei was in perfect condition, they wouldn't have a chance at all. Moreover, with the development of the previous incident, no one would dare to underestimate them in the future. Once they made a move, they would definitely be prepared for battle. Therefore, it was almost impossible to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, every move they made would be in the open and would be limited in every way. Danger lurked everywhere. If he could raise his cultivation level by another level, then many problems would naturally change as a result. This would become the most enjoyable state for him. The 3 of them could even do whatever they wanted in the realm of beasts. However, there was a prerequisite for that. That was, his strength had to rise to the next level, so that their team would no longer have any flaws. However, the power that erupted from the horned dragon's inner core was still different from what Xiaoyang needed to absorb. Fortunately, Xiaoyang was experienced and knowledgeable. He knew how to guide and absorb it, so it saved him a lot of trouble. Compared to Princess Mingzhu, who had the mysterious yellow jade to mediate, his progress was still slower. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoyang finally finished absorbing the energy from the horned dragon's core and successfully stepped into the 5th Order Martial Emperor realm. When Xiaoyang opened his eyes again, there was a bit more brilliance and pride in his eyes. From the looks of it, this trip to the Myriad Beast realm was very worthwhile. Not only did it ruin the plans of many powerful beings in the realm of beasts, but it also dealt a great blow to their invasion of the 4 Realms Alliance. Although the fall of the 3 Supreme Experts was a great blow to the current Wanshou realm, it did not shake its foundation. If they were of one mind, they could establish the conditions to invade the 4 Realms Alliance, and they would have the confidence to do so. At that time, the number of experts would be limited, and it would be very difficult to deal with them. At that time, their subordinates would definitely suffer great casualties. Therefore, they still could not leave this place. They had to continue to cause trouble so that the Wanshou realm would not have the spare energy to mobilize an army to invade. They even had to beat them until they were afraid and did not dare to have such thoughts. Feeling the incomparably abundant energy in his body, Xiaoyang also felt very comfortable and moved a little. This was the way of cultivation. Under the endless bumpy road, as long as you could walk through it, you would definitely gain a lot. After sorting out some of the news from these days, Xiaoyang also walked out of the cave. The Myriad Mountain had always been like this. It was always surrounded by fog and there was little sunlight. Although they were now at the periphery of the Myriad Mountain, there was still poisonous fog everywhere. Although it was thin, it was difficult to see the slightest bit of warmth. There were also many corpses of poisonous creatures around. Apparently, they had mistakenly entered and were killed by Jian during this period of time. Seeing Xiaoyang appear and his aura become much stronger, Jian and Princess Mingzhu laughed. This fellow had never disappointed them before. He had also successfully broken through to the 5th Order Martial Emperor realm and became the 3rd person in the 4 Realms Alliance. Xiaoyang, you are really not kind. When you first came to the Wanshou realm, why didn't you inform me? Bai Jian's tone had a hint of displeasure. It was obvious that he was blaming him. Bai Jian naturally knew about this. However, it was not Xiaoyang who told him, but Li Chuanyi. It was also because of this that Bai Jian made the decision to go to the Sword Scar Abyss. Fortunately, everything was in time. He had also arrived at the Wanshou realm in time to help them resolve a great disaster. Xiaoyang smiled but did not say anything. At that time, even if Bai Jian had forcefully brought him here, he was afraid that he would not have been of much help. In fact, he would not have become who he was today. Everyone had their own fate, and they needed to experience it individually. Sometimes one could not force it. If Bai Jian had really come to the Wanshou realm first, he was afraid that he would never have been able to obtain the opportunities in the Sword Scar Abyss. Sometimes the appearance of some opportunities was very important. If there was a slight deviation, the effect would be unsatisfactory. At that time, you couldn't do it either. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and smiled. When Bai Jian heard it, he was not angry. They both knew that sometimes a joke was just a joke. There was no need to think too much about it. After all, if one thought too much, it would be different. Princess Mingzhu smiled and shook her head. Ever since she came to the Wanshou realm, she had not felt so relaxed for a long time. In the past, although she only needed to follow instructions, it was inevitable that she would be worried. She was afraid that if she took a wrong step, she would be doomed eternally. However, now that she was strong enough, many of her worries naturally dissipated. Now that the three of them stood together, it could be said that they represented the strongest fighting power of the Four-Realm Alliance. Moreover, they were the geniuses of the geniuses. In the same realm, they were the top existences. What do we do next? Princess Mingzhu asked. This was also a bigger question in Princess Mingzhu's mind. Now that their strength had increased again, how to deal with the Wanshou realm naturally became something that they had to consider. They had stopped for so long, they did not know the situation outside. If they delayed for too long, it would not be good news if the Wanshou realm launched a desperate attack. Let's wait until Zhuxia arrives, Xiaoyang said indifferently. Chapter 2594. Princess Mingzhu was stunned for a moment before she frowned slightly. From her point of view, the situation had already developed to such a stage, and Zhuxia's role was probably already negligible. However, since Xiaoyang said so, he must have his reasons. Of course, there was no harm in waiting a little longer. Bai Jian did not seem to mind at all. This was because his arrival this time was extremely sudden. Although it was a timely rain, it had still disrupted their plans. What they were going to do next would depend on how Xiaoyang deployed the deployment. After all, if they were to go on a rampage in the Wanshou world like a headless fly, although they could scare them, the actual benefits that they could obtain would not be as good as they imagined. Moreover, their strength had not reached the stage where they could go on a rampage. Hence, planning before taking action was the safest way. The effect of the horned dragon's inner elixir is extraordinary. If you feel that it's okay, you can consume it directly to break through the realm, Xiaoyang suddenly said. That was because the inner elixir in He Kuei's hands was in Bai Jian's hands. If he could make good use of it, rank 6 might already be in his bag. Until now, Xiaoyang was still full of admiration in his heart. In a short period of time, Bai Jian broke through his own mental demons, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He even made a bold move like breaking through at the last moment and succeeded in turning the situation around. This also meant that the arrogant young man from back then had returned once again. Thinking of this, the smile on Xiaoyang's lips became wider. It was a great thing that his close friend from back then had stood up again. This external force is not suitable for my cultivation. If any of you need it, feel free to take it. Bai Jian took out the inner elixir and said with a smile. From Bai Jian's point of view, his cultivation only required a firm sword heart, and these things would only make him feel a sense of dependence. If there were more of such opportunities, he might be affected, and in the end, the loss would outweigh the gain. Princess Mingzhu's eyes twitched. Bai Jian was actually not moved by such an important thing and took it out just like that. Even if you don't use it, you have to keep it well. Who knows? It might have a miraculous effect in the future. Xiaoyang shook his head helplessly and said. Bai Jian responded and did not pay much attention to it. He kept it in his bag, because in his opinion, this matter was not a big deal in the first place, and there was no need for him to dwell on it. Looking at the poisonous fog, Xiaoyang had a few thoughts flashing through his mind. Very quickly, he dispelled them one by one. The poisonous fog in these mountains was indeed very suitable for Xiaoyang to cultivate and stabilize his cultivation. However, now was not the time to do these things. Moreover, he didn't know what the situation outside was like. It wouldn't be too late to make a decision after knowing the situation. As for the source of this information, he could only leave it to Blind Zhua. Another few hours passed. Blind Zhua finally arrived late at night. Although the place was dark and the poisonous fog was thick, making it hard to see clearly, Blind Left couldn't help but shudder, because the first person he saw was the jade-faced youth. During the Battle of the Western Plains, he had shown a fierce attitude. Who would have thought that his performance outside the godly disaster mountain range would be even more terrifying? Moreover, he also sensed that Xiaoyang and Princess Mingzhu's auras had become much stronger. Needless to say, all of this was probably due to the effect of the horned dragon's inner core. Blind Left could do nothing about it. However, the weakest realm that he had competed for back then was at the 5th level. How could he dare to covet it? Although he was very tempted, he did not dare to risk his life to snatch it. Even if he was willing to risk his life, he would probably lose his life in the end and would not be able to obtain the horned dragon's inner core. Congratulations to Master Xiao for getting what you wanted. Not only did you obtain a great opportunity, but you also caused the 3 strongest experts of the beast realm to fall one after another. Blind Left walked over with a smile and complimented him. Now, the strength and battle results that Xiaoyang had displayed were indeed admirable to Blind Left. Blind Left even felt that if he behaved obediently like a puppet, he might be promoted to a higher position. Although it was more or less wishful thinking, Blind Zhua was still willing to give it a try. After all, opportunities did not come by all the time. It would be bad if he missed it. Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu were not in the mood to listen to these compliments. They were both speechless. They did not expect that the enemy from back then would put in so much effort to help them today. He even wanted to curry favor with them. The Beast Realm was really a rather mysterious place. You would never know what kind of decision and reaction the people in this world would make. You can just say these flattering words in your heart. There's no need to say them out loud, Xiaoyang said indifferently. Hearing this, Blind Left smiled awkwardly at the same time. They had been flattering from the very beginning, but Xiaoyang had never been interested in these and would not even give any response. They had not been in contact during this period of time. So why did they give up? Let's get down to business, Xiaoyang said in a low voice. Blind Left frowned slightly. At the same time, he began to quickly analyze some of the information he had obtained in his mind. He still needed to think about how to express it. Now Xiaoyang was indeed very concerned about the changes in the situation in the Beast Realm. After all, he could only act according to the general situation after understanding the general situation. This time, the Beast Realm will really be in a mess. Next, Master Xiao does not have to show up. At that time, I'm afraid that the top 10 tribes will start to snatch each other's resources because of the change of experts. Those tribes with extremely high ambitions will also launch an attack on the title of tribe, Blind Left said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiaoyang only smiled and nodded. The cultivators in the Beast Realm had always been like this. They prioritized their own tribes, so it was not surprising that such a situation would occur. However, it was probably impossible to leave the Beast Realm just like that. After all, it was impossible for the huge Beast Realm to be eyeing the small benefits in front of them and start to attack each other again. During these days, Xiaoyang also learned that there were some people in the Beast Realm who were not stupid. Once they left, the consequences would be very unpredictable. All of a sudden, Xiaoyang could not help but wonder what Blindswa was up to when he said those words. This glance made Blind Left feel even more guilty, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. At this moment, the atmosphere became a lot stiffer. It was as if some problems had appeared in their cooperation. Chapter 2595. Being stared at by Xiaoyang in such a manner, Blindswa did not feel good. He did not understand why he thought he was smart enough to voice out his opinion. Clan leader Zhao's insight was naturally different from his. Wouldn't it be a joke if he were to display his slight skill in front of an expert with his little bit of insight? Clan leader Xiao, don't overthink. Blindswa was just voicing his opinion. However, I'm afraid everything is as you have expected. It's not that simple. Blindswa continued. Xiaoyang only snorted coldly and turned a deaf ear to Blindswa's words. This guy really knew how to read people's minds. He was still probing them even now. But then again, Blindswa was very cunning. It would be strange if he didn't try to probe Yi Shiwen at all. He Rin teamed up with Shi Yunfeng and brought the Blazing Flame Tribe and Giant Elephant Tribe to form an alliance. They declared that they want to deal with clan leader Xiao together. Blindswa immediately told clan leader Xiao everything he knew. The invisible pressure made Blindswa uncomfortable. He felt that if he continued to hide anything, clan leader Xiao would really be angry. At that time, not to mention receiving any guidance, he might even die here. Once the cunning rabbit was dead, the hound would be cooked. It could be said that Blindswa did not have much of a choice right from the beginning. His life was in Xiaoyang's hands. How could he have so many chances to bargain? If Xiaoyang wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought for him to do so. Xiaoyang's eyebrows twitched when he heard that. All along, the various forces in the beast world were like a plate of loose sand. Now that they had joined forces, it was thought-provoking. Moreover, this was a tribe. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to do anything to them without a supreme expert to hold the fort. However, if many experts fought together, it would be a headache for them. After all, many experts of the same level were enough to make it difficult for them to deal with them. He Rin and Zhu Hong are obviously unwilling to give up. They also joined forces with the Ferocious Lion Tribe and the Iron Eagle Tribe. Obviously, they want to invite 2 rank 6 experts to deal with you. Blindswa continued. Hearing this, Xiaoyang continued to nod. Such a move from the Wanshou realm seemed to be normal. It would be suspicious if they didn't do anything. In your opinion, what is their success rate? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Blindswa shook his head and said, in my opinion, the Berserk Lion Tribe and Iron Eagle Tribe both want to be promoted to the upper 3 divisions, so they won't take the risk. They would even be happy to see the 4 clans of Darkwater and Raging Flame start a war with you. If their vitality is damaged again, they will be able to soar into the sky, and no one will be able to stop them. This was the general trend in the Myriad Beast realm. They all wanted to stand at the highest position and then scheme for other things. For example, the invasion of the Inflame world was led by the Xianjiao tribe. They had the absolute right to speak, which was why there was a situation of cooperation on the battlefield. The reason why the White Bear tribe persistently invaded the Four Realms Alliance and was defeated in the end was that the Black Dragon tribe didn't even ask about it was because they didn't obey the rules. From the moment the Black Dragon tribe knew about it, the White Bear tribe was destined to be destroyed. It was only because of the opportunity in the central region that they didn't have time to deal with them. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the many forces in the Myriad Beast realm were indeed a plate of loose sand. But there's another news which I'm afraid is what Master Xiao should be most concerned about. Blindswa continued. Xiaoyang was also stunned for a moment. Could it be that something had happened during this period of time? Since the fall of Xianjian, the Black Dragon tribe lost their absolute overlord status. However, Xianyu obtained a horned dragon's inner core and returned safely. There are even rumors that Xianya is only half a step away from the 7th level martial emperor. If he uses the power of the inner core to break through, the Black Dragon tribe will become stronger again because of Xianya. At that time, they will definitely seek revenge on Master Shao and even vent all their anger on the Four Realms Alliance. Blinds was said in a low voice. This kind of rumor started after He Ren left the mysterious dragon tribe's territory. It was also because of this rumor that the other tribes had quickly joined forces. To Xiaoyang, this piece of news was indeed very bad. If Xian Yu really broke through to the 7th level martial emperor, he would definitely be able to rise to fame in the myriad beast realm. At that time, he would be able to rally hundreds of people. It seemed that Xianya, who escaped the net, had quietly become a big threat. If this person was not eliminated, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Even Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu couldn't help but be moved. If a 7th level powerhouse appeared in the myriad beast realm, it would be difficult for them to deal with their current realm. This was truly worrisome. Although it's not easy to break through to the 7th level, the effect of the horned dragon's inner core is too heaven-defying. It's possible. Blinds was said in a low voice. Xiaoyang nodded. He was naturally aware of this point. It hadn't been long since he broke through to the 4th level martial emperor, but with the help of the horned dragon's inner core, he successfully broke through to the next level. How could he not know how powerful the inner core's effect was? Moreover, they were compatible with each other, so he didn't feel as uncomfortable as Xiaoyang and the others. Whether you can unify the southeast region this time will depend on your own ability. Xiaoyang said as he took out the remaining inner core of the horned dragon. When Blinds saw it, he immediately knelt on the ground, his body trembling. The horned dragon's inner core was extremely important. How could Xiaoyang give it to him so easily? Therefore, this must be a test. If he foolishly took it, he might not even be able to keep his life. Seeing Blinds' reaction, Bai Jian was also puzzled. Princess Mingzhu was even more shocked. Xiaoyang was actually going to give such an important thing to Blinds. Wasn't this a little unreasonable? Even Princess Mingzhu was confused, let alone Blinds. Seeing Blinds' terrified look, Xiaoyang smiled helplessly and shook his head. You've worked hard these days. This is where my sincerity lies. In the future, I hope you remember that today is the day I gave you a chance. If the myriad beast realm makes any moves in the future, the higher your position, the more you will know. Understand? Xiaoyang said. Blindswa was very suitable to be a spy in the myriad beast realm. Chapter 2596. In the West Plains, a 2nd-level martial royal realm sword cultivator was stationed here with a group of elites. Since the Yin Flame realm's envoy left, Li Fengmu ordered him to be stationed here to prevent any accidents. Although they had previously said that they would form an alliance with the Yin Flame realm to fight against the beast's realm together. However, people's hearts had always been unpredictable. In addition, their strength was extremely unequal, so the plan was very likely to change. This person's name was Song Jianghe, and he was also a person who had rapidly improved after coming to the Middle World. His conduct in dealing with people was also top-notch. Therefore, Li Fengmu was at ease to let him be stationed here. They also hoped to reach an alliance with the Yin Flame realm, so that they would not have to worry too much about the invasion of the beast's realm. However, that was just a beautiful idea, and no one knew when it would change. One had to be wary of others. Even if they did not guard against the Yin Flame realm, they had to be careful of the invasion of the beast's realm. Therefore, it was necessary for them to be stationed at this pass. Song Jianghe lay on the lawn with a withered grass in his mouth, looking at the rising sun with narrowed eyes, looking very comfortable. However, he was still thinking about this matter in his heart. During this period, nothing major had happened in the Sword Heart realm and had been peaceful for a long time. However, he did not think that the war would end because of this. Since the Four Realms Alliance had risen from the 3,000 small worlds, they were like lambs. In front of the ambitious medium worlds, they were like a delicious meal. How could they miss this opportunity? Therefore, they had to be on guard. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that the possibility of success was very low. However, they did not want to see the situation they were speculating about. However, in the next moment, Song Jung-ha suddenly soared into the air. He held the sword in his hand with a resolute expression, because he felt that many powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Although he did not know whether they were enemies or friends, he had already quickly transmitted the situation he sensed to the sky, Sword Mountain, through sword intent. Even if it was an illusion, he could not be careless. After all, the Sword Heart realm was too weak now. Even if there was a little unforeseen event, it might end up with a great loss of vitality. For a moment, those stationed sword cultivators immediately held their respective swords. Not long after, they saw many strange people with blue flames burning on top of their heads rushing towards them. Their scale was not large, only a few dozen people. Cultivators from the Een Flame Plain. Song Jung-ha said, gnashing his teeth. If the other party was really here to form an alliance, it was naturally impossible for so many people to come. Therefore, their intentions were clear as day. The group of people stopped when they were only 3 miles away from Song Jung-ha and observed the crowd. So it's fellow Taoists from the Een Flame realm. Are you here for the alliance? Song Jung-ha asked with a smile. Although Song Jung-ha had already guessed some clues in his heart, he did not dare to reveal these things before they completely fell out with each other. After all, there was still room for negotiation if they left some leeway. If they were to fight directly, they would be at an absolute disadvantage. The leader walked out and said, "That's right. Please lead the way, fellow Taoist." That person's smile was also extremely strange, and there was a hint of mockery in his expression. Song Jung-ha could sense many problems from the other party's expression, and he was complaining incessantly in his heart. Who would have thought that the situation that he didn't want to see the most would happen? These guys from the Een Flame Plain seemed to have made up their minds to do some despicable things. The 3,000 middle worlds had always been like this. It was just the law of the jungle. If you weren't strong enough, then the final outcome would naturally be to be at the mercy of others. Since you're here to form an alliance, we naturally welcome you. There's a city up ahead, and that's where we'll entertain our guests. Please follow me. Song Jung-ha was still smiling. Of course, he needed to stall for time and wait for Sky, Sword Mountain's Sword Masterly to arrive before making a decision. Although the other party didn't directly attack, they came aggressively this time. No matter what, there was no sign of goodwill. Therefore, it was better to be careful. When the leader saw this, he smiled and walked over step by step. Suddenly, his speed also increased abruptly. Song Jung-ha was also considered a veteran in battle. Seeing the sudden change in the other party's movements, he immediately unsheathed his sword. Countless sword chi surrounded him, forming a sword barrier. However, that person only needed to punch, and the layers of sword barrier quickly collapsed. The disparity in strength between the two was not just a little bit. Even if Song Jung-ha was on guard, it was still hard to resist. Following the leader's attack, the Een Flame World's warriors behind him quickly charged forward and began a massacre. After Song Jung-ha was blasted back by a punch, when he stood up again, he spewed out a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, these guys still made a move. Their purpose of coming last time was indeed just to investigate the situation. It was for the invasion this time. Een Flame World trash, so what if we die in battle? You can forget about advancing half an inch. Song Jung-ha wielded his sword in hand, his heart filled with a myriad of lofty sentiments. After the leader's sneak attack succeeded, he also laughed and said, "You all are so weak and don't have the qualifications to be our allies. As long as you all submit, there's still a way out." Song Jung-ha just sneered when he heard that. These guys' words were just pleasant to hear. You all are no different from those beasts in the myriad beast realm. As Song Jung-ha said, the sword intent all over his body also became pure again. Just a battle. What was there to be afraid of? Behind him was the huge sword Heartworld. He didn't think that submitting could bring him a way out. Everything was nothing but endless oppression and torture. Therefore, Song Jianghe did not hesitate to draw his sword. When he learned that Xianye had begun to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the 7th level of the martial emperor realm, Xiaoyang already couldn't sit still. He knew very well that if they were allowed to succeed, their nightmare would likely begin. Therefore, the situation they were about to face would also become more cruel. As long as they forced Xianye out before he succeeded, he would not be able to step into the 7th level. Otherwise, there would only be endless troubles in the future. As for the Black Dragon tribe, they couldn't care so much. They had to stop it immediately. Xianjian, He Kuei, and Zhu Kuangtu were gone, but now Xianye had appeared. Even though they had calculated carefully, there were still some omissions. Chapter 2597. Xiaoyang had done enough in this general trend. If he had not handled it in time, the Wanshou realm would have given birth to many more rank 7 powerhouses after that opportunity. By then, it would be even more difficult for them to stop them. Now, there was only one who was about to emerge. If they cooperated well, or if they were lucky, they could still stop him and nip him in the bud. As for the alliance formed by Heirin, they could completely ignore it. There was no need to take it to heart. This was because no matter how fast they pulled, it would be difficult for the mighty figures of the other 2 tribes to join them. As long as no rank 6 powerhouses appeared, there was no way to form a situation where they would definitely be killed. Therefore, under such circumstances, there was naturally no need to worry. On the contrary, the existence of the threat, Xianye, had to be eliminated quickly. Otherwise, it would definitely be a bigger disaster for them in the future. As for Zhuxia, he returned to the southeast alone after receiving the Horned Dragon's inner elixir. Now that the situation in the southeast had stabilized, his Songlang tribe could naturally continue to develop in this chaotic situation and even unify it. Moreover, in the upcoming battle, Zhuxia's role would be very small. Therefore, even if he continued to travel with them, it would be meaningless. It was better to let him leave. The development of the Songlang tribe was indeed lagging behind. Zhuxia's return was enough to make up for it. In the beginning, Zhuxia did not dare to accept such a generous gift. It was only under Xiaoyang's persuasion that he reluctantly accepted it. Using a Horned Dragon's inner elixir in exchange for Zhuxia's loyalty was very worthwhile in Xiaoyang's opinion. Although they did not know what changes would happen in the Wanshou realm, with the existence of spies, they could respond immediately even if there were any changes. They would not be clueless. Furthermore, it was not Xiaoyang's style to kick someone to the curb after they had outlived their usefulness. There was no harm in having one more spy. Bai Jian saw that Xiaoyang was so anxious. He naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. It could be said that they had taken advantage of the opportunities brought by the Horned Dragon this time. Who would have thought that such a small omission would give them such a huge amount of pressure? Although Princess Mingzhu's expression was normal, she was very nervous. Things were developing too quickly, and many of them were even more unexpected. The development of many things could be said to be as swift as the wind, and it was completely unexpected. On the other hand, Xiaoyang was considering another point, and that was the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Wanshou realm, Xingtian, had gone missing in the God Tribulation mountain range. After Xingtian was struck by the Horned Dragon's inner core, he fell into the God Calamity mountain range. However, after searching for nearly half a month, no matter which tribe they were from, they couldn't find any news about him. This point made people feel a little strange. This person's strength and intelligence could be said to be top-notch. Could it be that such a monster was really gone just like that? If this were to spread, everyone would find it hard to believe. He even felt that it was an extremely unreal thing. However, things were unpredictable and no one knew the outcome. In my opinion, it's not that easy to step into the 7th level martial emperor realm. We don't have to be too anxious. Bai Jian comforted. Now, their emotions were obviously a little off, and even their mentality had changed. Therefore, in Bai Jian's opinion, this was very disadvantageous for the battle. It wasn't good for them to be in a mess before the battle started. Xiao Yong only smiled and didn't answer this question. As for what exactly happened, they would only know the answer after seeing it with their own eyes. Seeing this, Bai Jian didn't ask for a snub and continued to keep silent. However, a fierce battle between them and the profound dragon tribe was probably unavoidable. Fortunately, the Black Dragon tribe had placed their bet on Xianya and wanted him to break through to the 7th level martial emperor realm on his own, so they didn't join forces with He Rin and the others. Otherwise, the Black Dragon tribe's territory wouldn't be as simple as a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It would be full of danger. During this period of time, Bai Jian had learned a lot about the Wanshou realm and also understood the rules and situation of this world. It was indeed very cruel, and could even be said to be inhumane. However, it was also because of this most primitive state that the current situation of many powerhouses was created. Under the tempering of blood and fire, it had indeed played an extraordinary role, allowing them to become even stronger. In fact, this was an extremely simple rule, and that was survival of the fittest. When they set foot in the Black Dragon tribe's territory, they also felt some changes in the spiritual qi here. The Black Dragon tribe was worthy of being a top tribe in the Wanshou realm. Their territory was very rich in spiritual qi, and compared to other places it was like heaven. In an instant, Bai Jian directly flew on his sword, and countless sword qi appeared around him again, dancing around him. Since they were here to kill this time, there was naturally no need to keep a low profile. Of course, the bigger the commotion, the better. It could force the Almighty hiding in seclusion to come out as soon as possible. If he couldn't break through successfully, it would be the best result. The jade-faced youth was now in high spirits and was incomparably flamboyant. Seeing this, some of the Almighties of the Black Dragon tribe were furious. If it was before, they would probably all take action to stop this ungrateful human cultivator. However, after hearing about the battle that happened in the God Tribulation Mountain Range, even if they had many thoughts in their hearts, they could only unwillingly suppress them. Even a 6th-stage powerhouse lost his life under the siege of the 3 of them. If they stood out, they would probably only die. In less than half an hour, the 3 youths were suspended in the sky above the Black Dragon tribe's base camp. They lowered their heads to look at the magnificent buildings, but they were not in the mood to appreciate it. Now, they only wanted to find Xianya. They only had one purpose in this trip, and that was to prevent him from successfully breaking through. That powerful aura continued to sweep across the area. The 3 people's attitude was very obvious, and that was to kill their way into their base camp to provoke them and force them out. They would make the number 1 tribe in the Wanshou realm angry and start a war without caring about the consequences. Xianya, you also have a lot of Black King 80 tribes. Now that you're hiding and not coming out, what kind of dragon are you? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Bai Jian sneered and mocked. Chapter 2598. As soon as he said that, many people in the Black Dragon tribe were enraged. The 3 people's attitude was as if they were standing on top of their heads and taking a dump. Such an attitude was too much. How could they tolerate such a thing happening? Some of the young dragons even revealed their true forms, but they were immediately pulled down by the older generation. The 3 people's auras were at the 5th level martial emperor realm, which was a level higher than when they were in the God Calamity Mountain Range. If they went up to fight now, they would be courting death. There was only one way to restrain the 3 of them, and that was to wait for Xianya to break through to the 7th level martial emperor realm, then crush them with absolute strength and bury them here. Acting rashly now would only cause more people's lives to be lost. There was not much practical significance. As Bai Jian probed, he continued to clamor incessantly. All sorts of unpleasant words were spat out from his mouth. His attitude could be said to be extremely arrogant, but because of his performance in the God Calamity mountain range, many fifth-level experts did not dare to stand out and could only stay where they were. They were furious, but they did not dare to stop him. You guys are really cowards. Even under my provocation, you still don't dare to speak up? In my opinion, you should learn from that group of bastards and become a real bastard. Bai Jian continued to provoke. They were all old things who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They knew the pros and cons, so naturally they did not dare to act rashly. As for those young guys, they were also terrified under the powerful aura and did not dare to make a move. It could be said that Xiao Yang and the other two's fame had almost reached the peak in the myriad beast realm. If it were not for their higher cultivation, once they made a move, it would be equivalent to courting death. Xiao Yang and Princess Mingzhu's thoughts were completely focused on the search. If Xian Yu wanted to break through, he would definitely affect the surrounding spiritual energy. However, the other party seemed to have used some kind of formation to isolate the spiritual energy, so it was difficult to find him in a short time. The current situation caused them to be extremely anxious. The more time passed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. After all, it was possible for Xianya to break through to the 7th Order Martial King realm at any time. Maybe the next moment. Even though Xiao Yang unleashed his divine sense and used many other methods, he still found nothing in the end. I've heard that you ferocious beasts become courageous when you see blood. Let me see if that's true. Bai Jian still had a relaxed appearance, but the sword in his hand suddenly fell. Suddenly, countless sword qi came crashing down. Countless buildings were directly shattered by the bombardment of sword qi. For a moment, smoke and dust rose from all directions, and wails filled the air. The sword qi was so strong that anyone below the martial emperor realm would find it difficult to resist it. Even if your body is tough, it is inevitable that it will be cut open. At this moment, someone finally could not take it anymore. He revealed his true form and charged forward, blocking all the remaining sword qi. That's more like it. Finally, someone is willing to step forward. Bai Jian said with a smile, but his eyes were sharper. The first to step forward was Xing Feng. Back in the God Tribulation Mountain range, he had felt very uncomfortable. Now that the other party was clamoring at their doorstep, how could he tolerate it? You've gone too far! Xing Feng shouted angrily. However, Bai Jian shrugged nonchalantly and said, You guys aren't humans. After saying that, Bai Jian laughed even more exaggeratedly, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Xing Feng was even more furious when he heard that. These human cultivators were truly bold. However, the other party was not weak either. They had the right to be arrogant. Are you guys really going to be cowards forever? We're all 5th Order Martial Kings, and we've all recovered from our injuries. Why should we be afraid of them? Xing Feng said angrily. From Xing Feng's point of view, they were of the same cultivation level. The reason why they were defeated last time was because they had exhausted themselves fighting the horned dragon. However, now that they had recovered, it would be unreasonable if they were still afraid and did not dare to fight. The anger in his heart had been suppressed for too long, and there was no way to dissipate it. Only by venting it out could he calm his anger. Moreover, Xing Feng's heart was too gloomy, and he desperately wanted to prove himself. Therefore, it was very important for him to win this match. For a moment, many juniors admired Xing Feng very much. In such a situation, he was the only one who stood out. Their mysterious dragon tribe was the #1 tribe in the myriad beast realm. They naturally had their own pride. How could they be suppressed by others? Therefore, when it was time to express their attitude, they could not be the slightest bit ambiguous. However, all the powerhouses who had experienced that battle were still somewhat hesitant, because they still did not know what the other party's goal was. If they acted rashly, they would not have a good ending. If these 3 people were really easy to deal with, why would the Black Rin and the other 4 tribes not dare to encircle and kill them? "Huh. Since you dare to stand out, it means that your mysterious dragon tribe is not a bunch of bastards. As for you, you're just an idiot," Bai Jian said with a smile. His words were full of provocation. What he wanted was to make them go crazy and angry. Sure enough, Xingfeng also started to roar angrily. The arrogance of these people was becoming increasingly excessive. This was the consequence of not stopping them. It would only make their attitude more and more arrogant. "Sky, sword, evil slayer!" Bai Jian shouted angrily and immediately slashed down with his sword. Immediately, an extremely sharp sword qi fell with endless power, directly slashing toward Xingfeng. "Since you dared to stand out, you'll definitely suffer the first wave of anger. The one who stood out would naturally be beaten." Bai Jian wanted to make them tremble in fear. No matter who stood out, he could only use the sword in his hand to tell them that they had to pay the price for standing out. There was no doubt about this. Seeing the sword qi coming towards him, Xingfeng roared angrily again and again. His body was constantly emitting profound light. Obviously, he wanted to block this attack. As long as he blocked it, his tribe would know that these people were not invincible. However, the profound light released by Xingfeng seemed to be completely useless against this sharp sword qi. The profound light was penetrated and the sword qi went straight. It was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, Xingfeng's body was directly penetrated by the sword qi. Xingfeng stared blankly at the wound on his chest and fell to the ground powerlessly. Chapter 2599. In just one exchange, Xingfeng was struck and fell to the ground. Although Xingfeng would not directly lose his life from this strike, his current state could be said to have lost half his life. This was merely one strike. What would happen if the jade-faced youth was even more ruthless? Thinking of this, many of the almighties of the mysterious dragon tribe frowned. Bai Jian seemed to have absolute strength, standing proudly between heaven and earth. No matter how strong they would not be able to match him. The rank 5 almighties all began to feel fear. Previously, they wanted to borrow Xingfeng's strength to see how strong he was. If he could really contend against him, then they would not hesitate to attack. At most, they would fight to the death. However, as the sword fell, they also saw the consequences of fighting to the death. Sometimes, brash bravery was useless. Even if they braced themselves to fight, they would only make their state worse. They might even suffer more serious injuries and be unable to extricate themselves. Thinking of this, everyone's state of mind had undergone a huge change. That huge mountain seemed to still be standing there. It was an insurmountable moat. Even taking a look at it was extremely strenuous. Those who had not experienced the battle in the God Tribulation Mountain range were even more terrified. There was actually such a monstrous existence in the Four Realm Alliance. All of them sank into endless fear. Could it be that the mysterious dragon tribe's former glory and prosperity had already disappeared? What awaited them next would be the end of their road. Bai Jian still had an extremely relaxed expression. It was as if such an unforeseen event was normal in his eyes. He was still as confident as before. He didn't even look at Xingfeng after slashing out with his sword. What he wanted was the simplest result. He wanted the entire mysterious dragon tribe to tremble and fear. "What, are you afraid now?" Bai Jian said mockingly. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally furious crowd became a lot more depressed. They were indeed very angry before, but after witnessing their opponent's strength, they could only accept their fate. "Since you don't dare to attack, then where should I destroy next?" As Bai Jian said this, his gaze quickly wandered below. This glance caused the people from the profound dragon tribe to be endlessly shocked. The sword attack from before was merely the beginning. After he had seriously injured Xingfeng, how could he possibly let the matter rest so easily? Moreover, the three of them had come with a very clear objective, and that was to kill all of you. Suddenly, Xiaoyang frowned. Princess Mingzhu also noticed this detail. She glanced over, her eyes filled with suspicion. What had happened to Xiaoyang at this critical juncture? Or was it a relapse of old injuries? Flowing Cloud World. Chen Mingho had also managed to break through to the second-order martial king realm by chance. With his strength greatly increased, the burden on his shoulders naturally became heavier. For example, a stronghold like West Wind City was also guarded by him. While Xiaoyang was away, many changes had occurred in the drifting cloud realm. Many martial emperors had been born. The geniuses of the new generation were emerging one after another. It was as if there was an explosion. For a time, the flowing cloud world welcomed a new year. However, compared to the other worlds, this number was still far inferior. Mu Yang was overseeing the Northern Light City. He was the one who decided the direction of the flowing cloud world. As for the small matters, they were naturally left to Sun Yukai and Sun Dishing. No matter how the world developed, it was as if there would never be any chaos under their rule. It was also because of this group of capable people that Xiaoyang could leave without worry. Because of the serious external threat, Xiaoyang had no choice but to travel to the Wanshou realm to disrupt the enemy and prevent them from coming to the main battlefield. This was the only thing Xiaoyang could do. This made him feel rather helpless. Chen Mingho sat on the city wall and thought about what had happened during this time. A faint smile appeared on his face. If he had not listened to Baldy's advice and joined the flowing cloud world, how could he have his current cultivation and status? He would probably still be in the sea of stars of the 3,000 small worlds, muddling along as a pirate, leading a small group of people who were not united. Everything seemed like a dream. This was something that he did not dare to imagine before. Although some things had happened recently, in Chen Mingho's eyes, they were only small matters. After all, their four-realm alliance was flourishing with each passing day. The In-Flame realm would not dare to do anything to them. If they did, how could Xiaoyang and Princess Mingzhu let them go when they returned? However, in the next instant, Qin Mingho instinctively stood up. This was because he could feel many powerful auras rushing toward them. This speed and battle intent indicated that they were not coming with good intentions. It's the In-Flame realm. Everyone be careful! Qin Mingho shouted. Once this was said, many warriors of the flowing cloud world immediately raised their weapons and prepared for battle. Chen Mingho originally wanted to ask for clarification. However, the In-Flame realm people did not waste any time. Instead, they directly attacked. And Lin! Qin Mingho roared through gritted teeth. When this person came to the flowing cloud world, Chen Mingho had treated him well. Who would have thought that they would become enemies when they met again so soon? And Lin did not care about what Qin Mingho was thinking at this moment. He raised his fist and directly punched down. The light blue flames carried with them a boundless Yin wind. It made people feel extremely cold. Chen Mingho was also not a kind person. He was also born to plunder. In the next instant, he directly charged forward. Even though he knew that there was a difference in cultivation base between him and Enlin, Chen Mingho did not retreat in the slightest. When facing invaders, their attitude had always been extremely resolute. That was before the order came. They would fight to the death and not retreat. They would not allow any territory to fall under their control. At the very least, as long as they were still alive, they would not allow such a thing to happen. Boom! Their fists collided. Chen Mingho was completely no match for Enlin. He was beaten into West Wind City. Just such a pair of fists caused almost all the bones in Chen Mingho's body to shatter. Under the fists of a rank 4 supreme being, a rank 2 martial emperor was truly too weak. It was simply not enough. Submit or die. Enlin said coldly. In response to Enlin's words, regardless of whether it was the flowing cloud world or the immortal realm warriors, they all charged forward madly. It was as if they wanted to beat back these enemies. Chapter 2600. Mu Yang stayed in North Light City. The reason he didn't go to Triumph Mountain was because it was the core of the flowing cloud world. Moreover, after the In-Flame world's cultivators came to probe, He knew that although Triumph Mountain was still a natural moat, it could easily become an isolated island. Therefore, it was necessary for him to keep watch in Borealis City to form a triangular formation. Only by doing so could they help each other and fight for more opportunities for themselves. When the news of West Wind City and Spring Sun City's fall came, Mu Yang's brows furrowed deeply. What they were worried about still happened. Although the invasion of the Inflame world was within expectations, it still made people feel incomparably abrupt. These people's wild ambitions naturally couldn't be hidden. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Report, Ji Fei sent news. They borrowed the Thousand Hearts United Formation at Triumph Mountain to temporarily stop the Inflame world's advance. At this moment, someone rushed in and reported the latest situation. Mu Yang's brows furrowed even more. Even if Ji Fei borrowed the power of the formation, how long could they hold? When the time came once Triumph Mountain fell, the flowing cloud world would definitely be wide open. At that time, the entire world's fall would be right in front of their eyes. Mu Yang kept pacing back and forth. Now that the enemy was coming aggressively, but he didn't know the details, so he didn't dare to rashly give orders. After all, sometimes if there was even the slightest mistake in the deployment, it would cause them to lose everything. At this moment, Mu Yang finally understood how much pressure Xiaoyang was shouldering back then. If he wasn't in this position, he would never know about some things. What about the God Realm? Can they send reinforcements? Mu Yang muttered in his heart, his mood becoming very bad. This time, the Inflame world's attack wouldn't be that simple. Report, the Inflame world's army can't take Triumph Mountain for now and is preparing to take a detour into the flowing cloud world. Another new piece of news came, and Mu Yang's brows furrowed even more because of it. At this moment, Mu Yang also thought of another possibility. That was the Inflame world wanted to fight a blitzkrieg and take over the most places in the shortest amount of time. At that time, they would isolate Triumph Mountain and wait for the situation to be settled before dealing with it. Order Ji Fei to defend Taste Victory Mountain to the death. Do not give chase. Mu Yang said through gritted teeth. This was also a helpless move because in this chaotic situation, it seemed that he could only preserve his strength as much as possible. Inform the Celestial Realm that the Inflame Realm is plotting something big this time. They might even invade the Celestial Realm. Tell them to be on guard, Mu Yang continued. This time, the Inflame Realm attacked so quickly, they were not willing to spend more time to take down the Taste Victory Mountain. They even went around it. Their purpose was naturally clear. They wanted to swallow the entire Four Realms Alliance. This level of ambition could be said to be extremely great. In the next moment, Mu Yang also took out the Vermilion token. He sat above Borealis City. He wanted to see just how powerful the Inflame Realm's powerhouses were. As for the other places, Mu Yang wanted to protect them as well, but due to the lack of experts, they could only give up. Citizens of the Drifting Cloud world, you can all surrender now. I, Mu Yang, swear on my life that I will not pursue this matter in the future, Mu Yang suddenly said. When he said those words, Mu Yang felt very helpless. Back when Xiaoyang handed the Drifting Cloud world to him, Mu Yang was confident that he could protect it. However, the Inflame Realm's sudden attack this time was simply too fierce. It had completely exceeded their expectations. Even if they continued to fight, their local forces would only suffer more casualties. When old Master Xiao and the others heard those words, they were speechless. If he had not truly reached the point of despair, how could he possibly say such helpless words? Mu Yang was only thinking for the people of the Drifting Cloud world. Master, why don't you lead the entire Drifting Cloud world and surrender? That way we can save more people. A young man suddenly stood out and said. Mu Yang looked to the side and saw his disciple, Zhou Xiao. He never thought that this guy would actually say such words. Zhou Xiao could be said to be one of the best of the new generation. He had a lot of luck. In less than a few decades of cultivation, He had already successfully stepped into the martial emperor realm. This speed was even faster than Xiaoyang's. Seeing his master's extremely ugly expression, Zhou Xiao was confused. Since he had already made his decision, why was he still stubbornly resisting and throwing his life away? "Shut up!" Mu Yang shouted angrily. Zhou Xiao was taken aback by his master's rage. What was going on? "I said that the people of the drifting cloud world can surrender because they can't protect themselves in this war. We can't protect them either. We're just giving them a way out. However, we must have integrity. So what if we die in battle?" Mu Yang said coldly. When he said that, Zhou Xiao became even more confused. Wasn't that a joke? If they can live, why can't we? Zhou Xiao roared angrily. Zhou Xiao was known to be an existence that would surpass Xiaoyang in the future. How could he be willing to die here? "I don't want to die." Zhou Xiao roared again. Hearing those words, a trace of pain flashed across Mu Yang's face. He had indeed thought about how to send Zhou Xiao away if North Light City fell. Zhou Xiao's life was hope, but now he was acting so cowardly. Could such a person really become the hope of the drifting cloud world? Mu Yang asked himself, could this child really take on such a great responsibility? Xiao Chongsheng nodded helplessly. This was Mu Yang's family matter, so he couldn't say anything. Zhou Xiao didn't seem to be satisfied. He wanted to reach a conclusion on this matter, so he continued to speak. The world spirit hidden in the drifting cloud world also sighed helplessly. Did I make things too easy for him? Is that why his mind became like this? The world spirit asked itself with a bitter smile. Bai Jian was still hooting. When he attacked, he even destroyed many buildings. A few experts even took a few hits from his sword. Many of the experts did not even dare to breathe loudly under Bai Jian's pressure. Suddenly the heavens and earth shook. The three of them subconsciously looked at the surface of the lake. They saw that there were countless ripples there, and that incomparably terrifying aura was coming from there. At that moment, the surrounding aura became tense because of the ripples. No wonder we couldn't find that old bastard. I didn't expect him to be hiding in the water. Bai Jian said mockingly. Chapter 2601. Looking at the layers of ripples, Bai Jian's grip on his sword tightened. He did not know what kind of Xianyu would emerge from the lake. If Xianyu did not succeed in breaking through, their chances of winning would be higher. If Xianyu had succeeded, it would still be difficult for the three of them to compete with him with their current realm and strength. It was like an unknown event was about to happen, and everyone's spirits were lifted. No one could tell what kind of situation they would face next. Would it be as they wished, or would it be contrary to their wishes? However, in Bai Jian's opinion, no matter what the situation was, there would be an unavoidable tough battle today. No matter how strong Xianyu was, he could only believe in his companions and the sword in his hand. Sometimes it was ridiculous to place all your hopes on the enemy's success. It was too risky to want to gain something with such a fluke mentality. There might be many situations that might occur. The almighties of the Black Dragon tribe secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Xianyu broke out of seclusion and reached that realm, the crisis that they were facing now would naturally be resolved. As for these three outsiders, they would naturally die without a burial ground. Even their throne of being number one in the myriad beast realm would still be as stable as Mount Tai. It was even possible for them to unify the myriad beast realm by then. Now the balance of the myriad beast realm had collapsed because of Xiaoyang and the other two. However, it was hard to say who would benefit from it. Xian Jian was such a heroic figure, and he had even created countless miracles for the Black Dragon tribe. But unfortunately, under the storm, he could only end up dead. It could be said that Xianyu was the last hope of the Black Dragon tribe. His success or failure would determine the future glory and disgrace of the profound dragon clan. They believed that they would be able to get a return in the end after staking everything on one throw. Everything was still filled with hope and possibility, and they firmly believed that. Regarding Xiao Yang's previous frown, Princess Mingzhu only thought that he was worried about Xianya's appearance, so she did not continue to think about it. However, Xiaoyang had already sensed the changes in the flowing cloud world. At this moment, he couldn't wait to rush back. But who knew that at this critical juncture, Xianya would appear? Their current state could be said to be like riding a tiger and unable to dismount. They were in a dilemma. Thinking about the changes in the flowing cloud world, Xiaoyang felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Who would have thought that all of this would happen so suddenly? Moreover, the two matters had happened at the same time. This made it difficult for him to deal with two things at once. Even though there were thousands of worries in his heart, the crisis in front of him had already appeared. It would not be easy for him to extricate himself from it. In the blink of an eye, they saw a black dragon soar into the sky with endless might. Its roar was filled with power. It was as if, at that moment, the flood dragon was the most dazzling existence in the world. It was as if he was the master of this place, and everyone had to bow down to him. After Xianya appeared, the power emitted from his eyes was as if a king was born. He was looking down on the world with disdain, looking at everything in the world with pity. The golden light that flashed in his eyes gave people an unfathomable feeling. Seeing this scene, Bai Jian could not help but gasp. I didn't think that this bastard actually succeeded. The corner of Bai Jian's mouth twitched as he muttered. Even though they had already predicted this situation, they had no idea what would happen. However, they had rushed over at full speed in order to stop him. They didn't think that even though they were so fast, they were still one step too late. They were still too late. What was done could not be undone. Xian had also successfully stepped into the 7th level. It could be said that among the 7 6th level powerhouses in the Wanshou world, Xianya was the weakest. He also had the least sense of existence. However, who would have thought that under this storm of opportunity, the one who benefited the most was him? Sometimes, no matter how strong you were, you would only walk the path of arrogance in the end. Some people who seemed to have no ability could silently make a fortune. Xiaoyang shook his head helplessly. After all, this was the Wanshou world. Although they had already analyzed various aspects and rushed over in time. However, this didn't go as they had expected. This time, they had more or less miscalculated. Princess Mingzhu stared at the black dragon and frowned. It seemed that they would be facing a tough battle. Furthermore, the losses this time would be extremely huge. Since Xian had succeeded, they had to fight to the death. Otherwise, if they continued to delay, the Wanshou world would be in trouble after he tidied up the Wanshou world. What do you mean? Bai Jian asked softly. It was not that Bai Jian had the intention to retreat, but the situation had changed too quickly, and it was completely unexpected. Take him down before he stabilizes his realm. Otherwise, when he stabilizes his realm, I'm afraid we won't have another chance in a short period of time, Xiaoyang said softly. When Bai Jian heard this, he smiled in a carefree manner. Since Xiaoyang had said so, they naturally only had one choice, which was to fight. That was indeed the case. Although Xian had successfully broken through to rank 7, his foundation was not so stable. His control of divine powers and power was not so good. Therefore, this was indeed a great opportunity. The longer they delayed, unless their strength could improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, it would be a disaster for them. Moreover, the Wanshou world could be destroyed at any time. How could they continue to hesitate? Thinking of this, Bai Jian frowned, and the sword essence around him became purer and more numerous. Murderous intent was hidden in it. Since there was no way out, what was there to be afraid of in a life-and-death battle? As long as they could achieve their goal, it would be enough. Why should they worry too much? Their goal in coming to the Wanshou world was to stop them from invading the Wanshou world. If they could not change the outcome, this trip would be meaningless, even if they did a good job in the process. What was the point if they could not change the outcome? Despicable humans, you didn't expect this, did you? I've successfully broken through this realm with the help of the heavens. Chapter 2602. Perhaps it was because of the breakthrough. Xianyu spoke with more confidence now. His voice was filled with majesty, as if he was a natural ruler, the supreme ruler of the realm of beasts. Xianyu had been suppressed all these years. Who would have thought that he would successfully break through the shackles during the horned dragon's opportunity and achieve the realm that those old fellows could only dream of? As for the three outsiders, although they were powerful, however, how could they make up for the gap between two realms with numbers? Moreover, even if there was only a difference of one realm between them, it was a world of difference. No matter how much of a genius you were, you would not be able to make up for it. Xianyu was very excited now. He did not even have any resentment towards the three outsiders. If they had not rushed out and messed up the situation in the beast realm, causing those old fellows to fall one after another, he would not have had such an opportunity. When the time came, they would peacefully divide up the opportunity. How could those old fellows, for the sake of their own tyrannical strength, possibly reveal the big picture? Therefore, Xianyu would not have had a chance. No matter how happy he was, Xianyu could not show it. After all, he had to consider the human heart sometimes. As long as he could get some tangible benefits, it was enough. What else was there to worry about? At that moment, many people in the Xian dragon tribe admired Xianyu. Now, they understood his painstaking efforts. If they were still struggling in the mess back then, it would be like being stuck in a quagmire. How would they be able to see the light after the clouds parted? Sometimes it was not bad to endure temporarily. Only by being able to live, there would be endless opportunities. You have messed up the beast realm. You deserve death. Xianyu pretended to be pretentious and said as if he was passing judgment. Hearing that, the people in the Xian dragon tribe felt their blood boil. The long-lost pride seemed to have returned to them at that moment. Xiaoyang only sneered. The divine sword in his hand flashed with a cold light. He had been scrutinizing Xianyu the whole time. He wanted to see just how much this guy had benefited from this. In this breakthrough, it was really smooth sailing. There was not the slightest bit of hidden danger left behind. Xianyu's body was surrounded by a powerful force. It was really very difficult to detect his depth. Xianyu turned a blind eye to Xiaoyang's scrutiny. Now that he had absolute strength, he could act high and mighty. No matter how you investigate, it doesn't matter. In the end, it will only add to your troubles. However, the fact that these three fellows didn't run away immediately after knowing that he had successfully broken through was somewhat unexpected. Do you think you're invincible after killing Xianjian and the others? If it weren't for the horned dragon being too strong and causing them such serious injuries, how could you possibly have a chance? Xianyu muttered in his heart as he looked at the three of them with slight disdain. At the end of the day, the three of them were just taking advantage of the situation beautifully. If all of you were at your peak, your cultivation and strength would still be far from enough. As Xianyu thought of this, he became even more spirited. This feeling of being able to control everything in his hands made him feel very comfortable and carefree. Moreover, Xianyu was also very clear that in the current Wanshou realm, the experts of the older generation had fallen one after another. In addition, he had taken the horned dragon's inner elixir this time and had broken through to the 7th rank. Then, in the entire Wanshou realm, he was the only one who could stand alone. In the past, Heikue and Zhu Guangtu could fight against Xian Jian together. But now, even if the experts of the entire Wanshou realm joined forces, they might not be able to threaten Xianyu at all. After dealing with these three outsiders, he would use this power to unify the Wanshou realm. Thinking of this, Xianyu's heart was filled with anticipation. When Xian Jian was still alive, although Xianyu also had this ambition, he didn't dare to show it. But now, the situation was no longer the same as before. Now, he was the only one who reigned supreme. Bai Jian looked at Xian Jian's insufferably arrogant appearance and shook his head, helplessly. Now, the other party could be said to be complacent. Because of this, he might be careless. If he made enough mistakes, he could still compete with one of them. Of course, the more complacent Xianya was, the greater their chances of success. As long as they could find a flaw, everything would become possible. At this moment, Xianya no longer maintained his original appearance, but turned into his human form. Dressed in a yellow robe embroidered with dragon patterns, he looked like a supreme being. In Xianya's opinion, he had absolute power to suppress them. Even without using his original appearance, it was enough to kill these 3 little guys. Be careful. Although Xianya's ability is not as good as He Kuei and the others, he is still a level 7 expert after all, Xiaoyang said, and his tone became more serious. The gap in the realm was like a chasm. Princess Mingzhu nodded her head. She naturally understood this point, and she also felt that something was wrong. Ever since Xianya appeared, she felt that she had hit a wall everywhere. Even the flow of spiritual power had some changes. These were all things that could not be ignored. Bai Jian, on the other hand, had a nonchalant look on his face as he continued to frown. He had always been like this. No matter how strong the opponent was, he would deal with it calmly. No matter how strong the opponent was, he would not be afraid. Even if the opponent was weak, he would not look down on them. It could be said that this was the best fighting mentality, and he was impartial. Are we really going to fight to the death today? Bai Jian asked softly. Xiaoyang nodded and confirmed with Bai Jian again, and they needed to end the battle quickly. If they returned to the flowing cloud boundary now, Xianya's cultivation would definitely be stabilized in the future. By then, the chances would become even slimmer. Even before the matter on their side was completely settled, the army of the Beast Realm would arrive at the flowing cloud boundaries territory. There were priorities, but Xiaoyang had no choice. He could only deal with them one by one. Plunder like fire! In the next moment, Xiaoyang let out a low roar. Relying on his willpower, he no longer hesitated and charged forward with his sword in hand. Xiaoyang's figure seemed to draw a line of fire in the air, adding some color to the originally dark sky. Since he had decided to attack, what was the use of hesitating all the time? Time was tight, so let's end it quickly. Bai Jian was also stunned. He did not expect Xiaoyang to attack so decisively. Chapter 2603. When Xianya saw Xiaoyang rushing over, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. These 3 human cultivators really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm a rank 7 almighty, the strongest in the beast realm. How can they compete with me? Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xianya growled and immediately slapped out. There were many emotions in this slap. This battle was also Xianya's first battle after breaking through to rank 7. Before this, he had many grievances and emotions, and he would definitely vent them all in this battle. He naturally had to fight to vent all the unhappiness from before. Moreover, he wanted to trample on these 3 people from the outside world, so that people in their respective worlds would be terrified when they heard his name. In the future, other worlds would not dare to easily cause trouble in the beast realm. This slap even affected the opportunity of heaven and earth, causing the wind and clouds to surge. How could a slap that contained anger and emotions be simple? The power contained in it was even more terrifying. For a moment, Xiaoyang, who was facing this slap, felt even more pressure. The difference in pure strength between the 2 of them caused him to be even more shocked. This guy seemed to maintain the appearance of a venerable, but he did not control his emotions. Now, it was already impossible to avoid this slap. Therefore, Xiaoyang could only fight head-on. In this way, he could also see how strong this rank 7 powerhouse was. Only after feeling it could he have a rough plan and calculation. Only then could he turn the situation around. The people of the Xian Dragon tribe watched nervously. Although they could already imagine the outcome, it was not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. For the tribe to prosper once again, and even reach a new height, it could be said that it was all because of Xianya. Xianya, who was not favored in the beginning, now carried countless hopes. Boom! The two forces collided, and in the blink of an eye, the flaming sword aura was completely annihilated. Xiao Yang also took the full brunt of this slap, and his entire body flew out. Obviously, he was no match for it. When they saw this scene, Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu's expressions changed drastically. It could be said that Xiao Yang's strength was the most concentrated among the three of them. Even in a head-on collision, it was still so difficult for him to resist. If it was them, how could they do it? Were rank 7 almighties this terrifying? At this moment, a self-mocking smile appeared on Xing Feng's face. Previously, when Xianya fled from the battlefield, in his opinion, it was because he was timid. It would even damage the dignity of their tribe. But now, it seemed that Xianya's decision was the most correct one. His forbearance at that time had paid off. Looking at the current Xianya in the entire 10,000 beast realm, who could be his match? Weren't the 3 people from the outside world, who are currently in the limelight, still unable to withstand the might of one palm in front of him? Even so, Xing Feng still felt a little empty in his heart. This was because he still felt that something was missing. What exactly was wrong, he couldn't pinpoint it at the moment. However, this caused the numerous almighties of the profound dragon tribe to be excited. Who could rival such an unparalleled power? The reason why I retreated last time was because I was severely injured by the horned dragon, and my strength was less than 30%. That was because I had no choice. Now, do you really think you're strong? Xianya's words were also full of sarcasm. Xiao Yang also steadied himself at this moment, and looked at the high and mighty venerable one angrily. At the same time, Xiao Yang already had a rough plan in his heart. Perhaps Xianya's strength was not as strong as he imagined. His current strength was only due to the remaining power of the horned dragon's inner core. Of course, it was also due to the fact that the world had no choice but to take care of him. You've only achieved some success because of opportunistic means. Why are you so dizzy because of this, and can't tell how strong you are? Xianya laughed. Hearing this, the various almighties of the profound dragon tribe nodded in agreement one after another. If it weren't for the fact that they had dealt with the horned dragon and suffered serious losses, and that the tribes and forces were previously wary of each other, how would they have been able to take advantage of the situation and cause such humiliation? However, that was no longer important. The new powerhouse that was born would eventually wipe away all the humiliation. As long as the 3 of them died in their hands, then this matter would naturally come to an end. Then they would make the world behind them pay the price. What? Until now, you don't even dare to breathe loudly and don't even dare to speak. Xianya continued, looking at the 3 of them being defeated. Xianya felt very satisfied in his heart. He never thought that there would be a day where he could hold his head high. Moreover, he was respected by tens of thousands of people. Of course, this was still not enough. His name, Xianya, would even be recorded in the history of the beast realm one day, and become the idol of countless people. Looks like I didn't call you a tortoise before. Now, you're like a fly, buzzing nonstop. It's really annoying. Bai Jian laughed mockingly. Now, Bai Jian's mentality had also changed. He was already unhappy to be suppressed, and now he was being ridiculed. If he did not fight back, he would feel suffocated. Hearing this, the people of the profound dragon tribe immediately began to scold him for boasting shamelessly. Xianya, on the other hand, frowned slightly and then pretended that nothing had happened. Only the weak will win with words. You're really good. Why don't you just stand at a distance and not even dare to attack? Xianya mocked. Now, Bai Jian was indeed a little angry, but he was also very clear that anger could not solve the problem. At that moment, Xiao Yang also stabilized the injuries in his body, and his expression became more and more solemn. Under that palm, cracks appeared on his ribs. His internal organs were impacted, and the blood in his body was in turmoil. This was only the beginning of the fight. If Xianya were to be even more ruthless, How could they resist? Thinking of this, Xiaoyang also felt a great amount of pressure. It seemed that the start of this battle was still a little hasty. It could be said that because he was in a hurry to stop it, he was the least prepared for this battle. It could even be said that he was not prepared at all. Your mouth hasn't stopped either. Bai Jian mocked. Xian Yu was still not angry. He stood at a high place and could see clearly. In addition, he had someone to rely on, so he could maintain a good attitude. Now, Xian Yu also wanted to see the anxious attitude of the three people and how they would act in a mess. The strong always liked to tease the weak to find more fun for themselves. Bai Jian sneered, and suddenly his sword shone brightly. Chapter 2604. Bai Jian did not want to waste any more words. Although he was under a lot of pressure, he knew very well that since they had taken the initiative to attack this time, there was no reason for them to return empty-handed. Moreover, it was the best time to kill Xianya. If he really managed to gain a foothold above the seventh step, the three of them would not stand a chance, even if they worked together. Xianya's smile became more sinister as he looked at the sword light that filled the sky. He really could not understand where the youth's confidence came from. Were they trying to make up for the difference of 2 levels with their advantage in numbers? If they could make up for the difference in numbers, their Xuanjiao tribe would not have been number 1 for the past 10,000 years. They would have been replaced by other tribes with great reproductive abilities long ago. Furthermore, Xianyu was very confident. He had used the horned dragon's Niden to force his way to the 7th step. He had not used up all of its power, but fortunately, it was constantly replenished. It was also because of this that Xianya understood how wise it was for him to decisively withdraw back then. It was not strange for the outsiders to be able to kill their way out of the encirclement. The horned dragon's Niden had such an effect. It could greatly increase a person's strength and allow them to enter an extraordinary state. With the support of such a powerful source of energy, everything was possible. A trace of disdain flashed through Xianya's eyes when he saw the resplendent sword light. Although these swords were indeed somewhat sharp in his eyes, in the face of absolute power, what was this? In fact, to him, it was only a child holding a sharp sword. No matter how sharp the sword was, it would not be able to unleash its full power. In the blink of an eye, Xianya slammed his palm down. Immediately, a yellow palm print surged out. It seemed extremely heavy. Crack! The resplendent sword chi was unable to resist the palm at all. It was crushed to pieces in the blink of an eye. This scene caused Bai Jian to subconsciously suck in a breath of cold air. With such a huge difference in strength, was there really any chance of victory if they continued to fight like this? Or had they miscalculated? Had Xian already gained a foothold at the 7th step and could make good use of his abilities? If that was the case, it would be impossible for them to continue fighting. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Xianyu sneered. After feeling the absolute suppression, Xianyu was bursting with confidence. It was as if all the depression and unhappiness from before had been swept away. He was no longer as submissive as before. Against the 3 5th-step juniors, Xianyu was definitely just an appetizer. Xianyu was still a little afraid when he thought about how the 3 experts of the older generation had died at the hands of the 3 of them. But now, it seemed that he was just too narrow-minded. Only time would prove everything. What was a moment of tyranny worth? Wasn't he the one who was standing at the end of the battle? Xianya's heart's anger. Now he felt extremely sullen in his heart. This was the first time he had fought a battle with such a huge disparity in strength. Even though his companions were Xianya, and Xian to win. Princess Mingzhu was obviously not convinced. Her state of mind was also very determined. No matter how strong the opponent was, she had to take action. After all, using stronger opponents to sharpen one's cultivation was the best choice. As for the outcome, Princess Mingzhu would not consider it. Although the outcome was very important, should she stop once the outcome was bad? If she did not try, there would never be a miracle. This was something that Princess Mingzhu had learned from Xiaoyang. She had benefited a lot from this trip to the Wanshou realm. In the next moment, Princess Mingzhu frowned, and the aura around her was released continuously. It was extremely domineering. "Oh, looks like you guys haven't given up yet," Xianye said disdainfully. Xianye originally thought that these guys would be scared out of their wits, or even flee in all directions after witnessing his powerful strength. By then he could start the hunting show. But this was good too. He would not have to run around. Green sky, sword rain. Princess Mingzhu shouted, and the sword aura that she had been accumulating for a long time burst out at this moment. Countless sword auras fell from the sky like rain. There was no gentleness like the spring rain, only domineering and murderous. Seeing this, Xiaoyang immediately took action and slashed out with his sword. Thunder Fire Sweep. If they wanted to defeat Xianye alone, it would undoubtedly be a fool's dream. Therefore, they had to cooperate perfectly to be able to defeat Xianye. Bai Jian saw that his companions were so enthusiastic and did not slack off at all. His sword heart immediately became determined. It could be said that when they decided to come here, there was no way out. If they blindly looked for a way out, how could they overcome all obstacles? Sky, sword, evil slayer. With a low shout, Bai Jian also displayed his ability. Since they were going to fight, they had to give it their all regardless of the consequences. The almighty figures of the mysterious dragon tribe below were also dumbfounded, although they felt that the actions of these three outsiders were nothing more than throwing eggs at a rock. Their courage was also very respectable. Xianye just looked silently and slapped out with his palm. Immediately, a mellow power surged out and attacked the sky. That domineering sword aura was completely neutralized by this palm. This was the power of a 7th rank powerful figure. Even if there were no exquisite techniques, just pure strength was enough to neutralize it. As for Xiaoyang, Xianye slapped out again and directly sent him flying. He was unable to control himself. Xianye's expression was incomparably relaxed, as if everything he did was as simple as a breeze. However, there was a lapse in concentration. Another sword attack came. It was Bai Jian's sword. Xianye was disdainful at first. He slapped out with his remaining breath, but he could not block it. The sword aura directly penetrated his palm and continued to advance. Xianye was also enraged when he saw this. With a roar, he directly shattered the sword chi. However, his arm was also difficult to move because of the sword aura. "Good lads, you guys are quite capable," Xianye shouted. Now, Xianye was no longer as indifferent as before. Instead, he was more angry. He did not expect that he would be injured by these three juniors. This was completely unexpected. At the same time, it was difficult for him to understand why it was like this. Clear Sky Extermination. Chapter 2605. Xing Feng looked at Xianye's palm, which was dripping with blood, and frowned. Now he was even more shocked. 3 rank 5s actually managed to injure a rank 7 almighty. Even if he were to say it out loud, it would be inconceivable. Previously, Xing Feng couldn't understand why Xing Tian would treat Xiaoyang as a great enemy. Now he understood. Xianye's plan and their cooperation were flawless. Moreover, they could create too many impossibilities. The 3 of them were simply monsters. The others were even more speechless. This situation had indeed shocked them greatly. What he saw just now was clearly suppressing these 3 clowns. But now things had changed. Xianye was indeed very angry. He was even injured by the 3 juniors. It was an extremely embarrassing thing. In his anger, Xianye had decided to show them his strength. It wouldn't be too late to play with them after beating them half to death. It was time to let them feel the power of a rank 7. Otherwise, they would really think that he was the savior of the world. Bai Jian's lips curled into a smile as he saw the strength of this sword strike. It was as if everything was no longer so gloomy. Everything had become possible. As long as their cooperation was better, everything would be possible. But in the blink of an eye, the aura they sensed changed drastically. tension, and oppression. Be careful! Xianya is about to make a killing move. Xiao Yang sensed the change in the atmosphere, and his tone became deeper. No matter how weak Xianya was, he was still the second in command of the Black Dragon tribe. Even if he was overshadowed by Xian Jian, Xing Tian, and the others, his strength wouldn't be. Moreover, he was now a rank 7 almighty. No matter what, he couldn't be underestimated. Xian, you could be said to be the first person to reach rank 7 in the 10,000 years of the Wanshou realm. His current prestige and strength could be said to be one of a kind in the past 10,000 years. The glimmer of hope that had risen in Bai Jian's heart was doused with cold water. Princess Mingzhu still looked like she was ready for battle. There was a lot of domineering aura around her, and one could vaguely see streaks of golden light. How could Xianya's attack be so simple? Therefore, it was better to be careful. As Xiaoyang sensed the changes in his aura and strength, he began to plan quickly in his mind. Now that he was faced with a dilemma, he had to end the battle quickly. However, based on the current situation, there wasn't much of a chance to defeat such an opponent. Therefore, he was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. You do have some strength, but it's time to end it now, Xianya said with a cold smile. As soon as he finished speaking, an even stronger aura gushed out, as if it was covering the sky and covering the earth. Powerful auras surged out one after another, suppressing many people to the point that they could not raise their heads. Go to hell! Xianya roared and pushed his hands forward. Immediately, 3 rays of dark light rushed toward the 3 of them. Seeing the streaks of mysterious light coming at them, the 3 of them also used their special skills. No matter how the sword light and sword qi rushed, the Xianjian seemed to be able to penetrate everything. It was unparalleled. Xiao Yang's body was releasing power crazily. However, in the blink of an eye, the Xianjian was already in front of him. He couldn't stop it at all. The Xianjian stopped in front of him and suddenly bloomed. There was no killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the Xianjian turned into a bubble. Like a cage, it wrapped around him. Looking at the mysterious bubble, Xiaoyang couldn't help but frown. It was the first time he encountered such a technique. After succeeding, the smile on Xianya's face became even wider. He looked like he was ready to watch a good show and stopped attacking. The 3 of them are still too young. They don't know how powerful our technique is, a rank 5 almighty said with a smile. Xing Feng was silent because he felt that it couldn't be that simple. If the 3 of them were so easily subdued, how could they have caused such a huge commotion in the beast realm? At this moment, Xiaoyang felt the pressure increasing. It was as if every part of his body was being suppressed. It was as if he would be crushed into pieces in this shrinking bubble. No matter how much power he released, he couldn't break this bubble that looked like it could be broken with a single poke. This technique was one of the ultimate techniques of the Xianjiao tribe. It was very effective against cultivators weaker than him. Now Xiaoyang didn't feel good. Even his aura was starting to become chaotic under such pressure. Even some of his pores were starting to bleed. The pressure was so terrifying. Even the power in his body seemed to be enduring such torture and couldn't extricate itself. Was he going to fall like this? Xiao Yang's heart was filled with unwillingness and unwillingness. How could he be reduced to dust here? Xian, you looked at the 3 juniors, struggling with all their might. The smile on his face became wider again. Now he wanted to see how the 3 of them were going to break it. The more time passed, the more severe the injuries they suffered from the pressure would be. Looking at their struggle, Xianya felt an indescribable joy in his heart. This seemed to be what he wanted. Everything seemed so wonderful, making him feel incomparably comfortable. The pressure was increasing. Xiaoyang was accumulating power. Suddenly, the golden light shone brightly. With a low roar, the bubble was penetrated by the golden light and directly shattered. Xianya looked up. His eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect the woman to be so powerful. She broke his ultimate technique with her own power. How was this possible? After Princess Mingzhu broke the bubble, she didn't care about the blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She slashed twice. The bubbles trapping Xiaoyang and Bai Jian also broke under the 2 slashes. After seeing the 2 of them break the siege, Princess Mingzhu also heaved a sigh of relief. However, her spirit also became dispirited because of this. The reason why Princess Mingzhu could break the bubble was because she used a secret technique to activate the mysterious yellow jade. That was why she obtained such a strong power. However, it was inevitable that she had to pay a price for using the secret technique. At the moment of life and death, some prices could be weighed and weighed. Chapter 2606. Interesting, Xianyi said with a frown. Although Xianyi had already expected that this move of his would be broken, the 3 of them would most likely exhaust their strength and become useless trash that could only wait to die. However, the woman broke the stalemate in one move. Moreover, the losses caused were not as great as they had imagined. However, Xianyi did not feel any danger because to him, it was just a meaningless struggle. No matter how much the other party struggled, it was the truth and one could not change it. Xiaoyang and Princess Mingzhu looked at each other. They both understood what was going on. What they were facing now was a tough battle. If they did not use some unique tricks, it would be difficult for them to win. In fact, it was possible that they would all die here. However, how to break the stalemate became the most important thing for them to think about. Bai Jian stood with his sword. He was not in a hurry to attack, but was adjusting the aura in his body. Although Princess Mingzhu helped him escape in time, he was still under a lot of pressure. His qi, blood, and power were in a mess. Fortunately, Xianyi was complacent and did not attack them. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to breathe and would be in a very difficult situation. Many almighties of the mysterious dragon tribe did not know what was going on. They even felt that it was unbelievable. Such a wonderful trick was broken just like that. No matter how they thought about it, it felt very unreal. Xingfeng laughed and looked at the complacent Xianyi. He could only shake his head, helplessly. However, on second thought, the difference of 2 realms, no matter how strong the 3 of them were, they would not be able to cause much trouble. Therefore, he did not need to worry too much. You do have some strength, but you can't change the outcome, Xianyi said, and a wave of power surged out from his body. In Xianyi's opinion, he should give the other party a chance to breathe and attack when they were not able to fully recover. Then he would be able to completely wipe out the hope in their hearts. That would be the most torturous. Bai Jian was furious, but he did not dare to say anything. If he could be a match for him, he could naturally mock him back. However, he could not do that now. Mocking from the mouth of a weakling was a joke. Xiaoyang shook his head helplessly and said, "Looks like this is the only way to kill him." Princess Mingzhu was a little confused. She knew that Xiaoyang had many methods and trump cards. However, judging from his current appearance, it seemed like he did not want to reveal his trump card. If so, why? Could it be that there was something fishy going on? In the next moment, Xiaoyang clasped his hands together and formed a seal. A picture flew out from behind him and spread out, covering Xianyi's head. Xianyi raised his head to look at the picture, his eyes filled with disdain. Xianyi knew that this kind of magic tool had a small secret realm. This might be useful against some weaklings, but against a powerhouse like him, it was meaningless. Furthermore, Xianyi had seen it in the Divine Calamity mountain range before. He had snatched an inner core, so its effects were probably just that. Withdraw! Xiaoyang shouted and immediately activated the power of the mountain river map, wanting to absorb Xianyi into it. The mountain river map had also entered the spirit level after many sacrificial refinements. Moreover, some of the power inside could not be underestimated. It could be said that the mountain river map had become a small world of its own. Xianyi only frowned slightly when he felt the strong suction force. No matter how strong the suction force was, he stood there without moving an inch. After seeing this scene, Many of the powerhouses of the Black Dragon tribe had doubts in their eyes. They felt that this kind of magic tool was simply useless. It could even be said that it was useless. They did not expect that this outsider would want to use such a magic tool to deal with Xianya. Was that not a joke? Seeing that it was useless, Xiaoyang could only be cruel and use the mountain river map as a medium to borrow the power of the world in Caesar Grotto Heaven. At this moment, the increase in the suction force made Xianya a little confused. He was still able to stand on the spot even when he tried his best. This was the power of a rank 7 cultivation. No matter how hard one tried, it would be difficult to do anything to him. Seeing this, Xiaoyang fell helpless. He had no choice but to resort to this move. It could be said that this was his biggest reliance in coming to the Beast Realm. After many rounds of consideration, he felt that since Xianya was the strongest existence in the Beast Realm, it did not seem to be a problem to use his last trump card to deal with him. It did not matter if it was exposed. After all, if he did not use this move, their chances of killing Xianya would be almost zero. However, if he was absorbed into the mountain river map, then the situation might change. Hesitation had never been Xiaoyang's style. Sometimes he had no choice but to go all out when he had no choice. Knock him in, Xiaoyang roared. As soon as he said that, Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu immediately rushed over without hesitation. Now, Princess Mingzhu also remembered that Xiaoyang had used such a method to kill Bai Xingyun. Since there was a chance and possibility, they had to give it a try no matter what. Who knew they might succeed? Hearing this, Xianya immediately knew that there was probably a mystery in it. Could it be that there was really something in the map that could threaten his life? Seeing Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu charging over with their swords, Xianya was also very anxious. What are you guys standing there for? Stop them! Xianya roared. Although Xianya could resist the attacks of the two, once he used his power, he would probably be sucked into the map. Since there was a mystery and strangeness in it, he naturally could not let them succeed. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyang leaped forward. As he clasped his hands together and opened them, countless black rays of light shot out like rain that filled the sky. Mysterious poison needle. Seeing the poison needle attack, even the rank 5 Almighties did not dare to underestimate it. Once they were hit, although they would not die, in the next short period of time, they might suffer a fate worse than death. Seeing that the Almighties of the Xian dragon tribe paused for a moment, Xiaoyang charged forward with his will. When Xianya saw the young man charging over, he was instantly shocked. Was this guy really crazy? In the next moment, the three of them rushed over together and knocked Xianya into the mountain river map. Chapter 2607. When the four of them were sucked into the mountain river map, the natural phenomenon and many violent auras came to an abrupt end. The mountain river map rolled up and fell to the ground. The Black Dragon tribe's mighty figures were even more dumbfounded. They didn't see it clearly and had many doubts in their hearts. Could it be that the battle had ended just like that? There wouldn't be any more disturbances? What was the situation now? Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. Because the four of them had disappeared, they couldn't see the situation and knew what had happened. They had too little information. Therefore, even though the mysterious dragon tribe had many almighties, they were unable to do anything about the situation they were currently facing. Not long after, everyone began to discuss, trying to come up with a solution. It could be said that Xianya was the only hope for the Black Dragon tribe to rise. He was also the first existence to step into the 7th level in 10,000 years. If he was gone, the prestige of the profound dragon tribe would probably fall to the bottom of the valley. Due to their status, they might even be coveted by some rascals. Therefore, Xianya's disappearance was definitely not good news for them. Such an outcome was also very bad. However, they were helpless and didn't know what to do. Xing Feng was the first to react. He walked over and picked up the mountain river map to look at it. He also hoped that he could find some clues from it. However, no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any clues. In terms of using magic tools, the Wanshou realm had always been at a disadvantage. Moreover, the exquisiteness of such magic tools was even more difficult for them to understand and comprehend. Of course, they could still achieve great success if they spent some cultivation methods to reach their current level, but it would take too long. Therefore, no one was willing to do so. Although their lifespans were very long, everyone put their focus on cultivation. If they studied the things of human cultivators, they would think that they weren't doing their job properly. Even if they wasted too much time, they would end up with nothing in the end. Xing Feng was very anxious now. He wanted nothing more than to tear the map apart. However, if the stately painting was destroyed, would Xianya, who had been absorbed into it, be affected as well? Therefore, in this aspect, Xing Feng had no choice but to stake everything on a single throw. If something went wrong, how could they bear the consequences so easily? Right now, Xing Feng was having a headache. What should he do next naturally became a big problem in his heart. Xing Feng, what should we do next? A white-haired old man walked over and asked in a low voice. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Xing Feng. After Xianya disappeared, it could be said that the Black Dragon clan had once again fallen into a state of being without a leader. At this time, Xing Feng stood up. Naturally, everyone would look at him and listen to what he had to say. The current Wanshou realm could be said to be in troubled times. Wanting to stand out was not so easy. Once he stepped forward, the burden he had to bear was incomparably heavy. Without some ability and means, it was naturally impossible to deal with it. Xing Feng also sighed silently. At this point, he really couldn't make up his mind. There were so many seniors here, and countless of them were older than him. Now, a junior like him had to make a decision? Thinking of this, Xing Feng smiled helplessly and thought to himself, "Big brother, if you were here, we wouldn't be like this." Thinking of Xing Tian, Xing Feng couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. The change in the God Tribulation mountain range had come too suddenly. Moreover, even now, Xing Tian's fate was unknown. If he was alive, no one had seen him. If he was dead, no corpse had been found. Xiaoyang and the other two worked together to knock Xianya into the mountain river map. They also immediately used the formation to put him into Caesar Grotto Heaven. It could be said that Xiaoyang's greatest reliance was Caesar Grotto Heaven. Caesar Grotto Heaven was the secret realm of the drifting cloud realm. As long as he stood on this land, Xiaoyang could borrow the power of the world. If they fought like this, Xiaoyang really wasn't confident that he could defeat Xianya. However, with the support of the power of the world, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious in the end. After being knocked in, Xianya immediately stabilized himself. He hovered in the air and carefully observed the flow of qi around him. He was extremely careful. Previously, Xianya was already very careful, but the sudden change made it even harder for him to guard against. A disdainful smile appeared on Xianya's face when he saw the situation. He had originally thought that this was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, or some secret realm that had been refined specifically for him. However, it seemed that he had been overthinking things. A sliver of surprise flashed through Princess Mingzhu and by Jian's eyes, because this was the second time they had seen a ritual tool like this. Only the 10 Directions, 8 Wastelands map in the Emperor God's hands had such an effect. Princess Mingzhu could tell as well, and she could sense that there was quite a lot of life there. It was much better than her father's 10-directional 8 Wasteland map. She had never thought that Xiaoyang would actually possess a ritual tool like this. This was truly unexpected. Bai Jian held the hilt of his sword and became even more excited. He believed that as long as Xianya did this, there would still be a chance for them to win. What could be more exciting than such a piece of news? As long as they could defeat the opponent in front of them, their trip to the Wanshou realm this time would really be a success. By then, the morale of the entire Wanshou realm would plummet because of the fall of the top powerhouses. By then, they would no longer dare to covet the 4-realm alliance. After sensing that the surroundings didn't have much effect on him, Xianya laughed out loud again. In a short period of time, He had gained some understanding of this place. It seemed that the opponent's desperate gambit was nothing more than this. "You want to trap me like this? Aren't you a little too naive?" Xianye sneered. No matter how one looked at it, 3 rank 5 powerhouses would never be able to defeat a rank 7 powerhouse. Xianye was very confident about this. Therefore, he felt that this was the only possibility. However, the reason why the 3 of them were still here was probably because they didn't have time to leave. Xianye's thoughts were very clear. Since the opponent was still here, he would play with them. Chapter 2609. Following Xianye's low roar, all the power that surged out of him turned into a dragon that coiled out. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking extremely ferocious. The moment the Xian Jiao appeared, even the space here shook as if it could shatter at any time. Fortunately, the foundation of Caesar Grotto Heaven was in the drifting cloud realm and not the mountain river map. Otherwise, it was hard to say what would happen. "Go to hell!" Xian Yu controlled the dragon and roared. All of his patience was exhausted at this moment. Due to the panic, Xian Yu had completely lost his mind. He no longer cared about the demeanor of a rank 7 great being. Now, the most important thing was how to survive. As for other things, they were not so important in his eyes, especially the person who threatened him. He must die. All along, Xian Yu had been an inconspicuous person in the beast realm. He was a rank 6 great being back then, but he was overshadowed by the radiance of the mysterious scissors, making it easy for people to overlook him. No matter in what aspect, he was always a little inferior. It was also because of this that his personality underwent a great change. He was depressed and worried about his gains and losses. Moreover, the rejection of the qi activity here made Xian Yu very uncomfortable and became very irritable. Furthermore, Xian Yu also felt that this secret realm had a real suppression on him, making it difficult for him to display his full strength. This was the real reason why he was afraid. The Xian Jiao moved forward, bringing along an extremely domineering power wherever it passed. Under the collision, even the space seemed to have become a little unstable. Xiao Yang was the first to rush out. He had thought it through very clearly. Only his physical defense was the strongest, and his power was the strongest. It was the perfect way for him to block the dragon's attack. When he raised his will, Xiao Yang's body seemed to be covered with a layer of indestructible armor. Thunder, thunder, fire, plunder. Thunder and fire formed a sword qi that corresponded with each other and looked extremely dazzling. When Xian Yu saw that his opponent still dared to attack, the smile on his face became a little more disdainful. Even if you have the support of this secret realm, so what? In the end, he would be like a floating ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating his own capabilities. However, Xiao Yang didn't think so. In fact, he became even more determined. If they could not stop this mysterious dragon, then what could the others do? In the blink of an eye, the sword qi pierced the mysterious Jiao dragon's body, and the sound of the sword breaking rose and fell. The power of the mysterious flood dragon was so tyrannical and unreasonable. When Xian Yu saw this, his face was also filled with a relaxed expression. Everything was within his expectations, and it was not surprising at all. However, Xiao Yang felt a lot of pressure. If this continued, it was hard to say what the result would be. Now, it seemed like it was impossible for him to block this attack by himself. It was simply impossible. Even with the support of the power of the world, it was impossible to completely close the gap between the two realms. Princess Mingzhu also came back to her senses at the first moment. She held the hilt of her sword with one hand, and a sword aura began to brew once again. They knew very well that it was impossible for anyone to deal with Xian Yu alone. Their only chance of winning was to work together. If Xian Yu could reveal a flaw and they could seize it, it would be a chance for them to turn the tables. Although it was very slim and almost impossible. If they didn't try, how would they know it was impossible? Bai Jian seemed to have understood tacitly, and he also began to prepare his sword move. This was a battle of life and death, after all. Sometimes there was no need to be too calculative. One only needed to make a move. As for whether it would succeed or not, why ask so much? If one kept weighing the pros and cons and did not dare to make a move, it would be the most ridiculous thing. At that moment, the Thunderfire Divine sword in Xiao Yang's hand had pierced the mysterious Jiao dragon's mouth. Instantly, the two sword chis exploded again. Immediately, the black serpent's head began to emit sword light. It was as if the black serpent would be sliced into pieces by the sword chi under this attack. However, the corner of Xian Ye's mouth curled up slightly. He did not seem to care about that at all. However, in the next moment, the situation took a turn for the worse. The mysterious Jiao dragon suddenly swallowed Xiao Yang's entire arm. It even charged forward as if it was going to swallow the young man completely. At that moment, Xiao Yang could not help but be shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Massacre of the Golden Light. Seeing that, Princess Mingzhu did not dare to hesitate and slashed down with her sword. Immediately, a huge golden sword chi slashed down and pierced the mysterious Jiao dragon's waist, nailing it to the ground. The mysterious Jiao dragon was still struggling, but Xiaoyang, who was swallowed into its stomach, suddenly attacked with his sword. He broke the last bit of the mysterious Jiao dragon's aura, making it difficult for it to continue causing trouble. This scene caused Xianya to be even more shocked. He had never thought that the power released by these two people would be so impressive. Path of the Heavenly Sword. At that moment, Bai Jian's attack was completed. He slashed down with his sword. Immediately, a sword chi surged out. It seemed to be filled with endless sword intent. It pierced through the void and pierced towards the almighty figure. This was also one of Bai Jian's purer sword moves. Hence, it was unparalleled. When Xianya saw the sword chi coming towards him, he snorted coldly. As he moved his hands, the chi field in front of his chest was in turmoil. The surge of power seemed to form a whirlpool. No matter what kind of attack it was, it would be sucked into it. It could not hurt him at all. But this time, Xianya miscalculated because the sword chi directly pierced through the whirlpool and pierced through his body. Xianya lowered his head in a daze. He was still in disbelief that his opponent's attack was so fierce. How is this possible? Xianya mumbled to himself. He still felt that it was unreal. Xiaoyang, who came out of the mysterious Jiao dragon's stomach, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze became much fiercer. If not for Princess Mingzhu's timely intervention, he would not have been able to hold on for long even if he had the will to protect his body. Even the injuries he received would have become more serious. Bai Jian did not disappoint them. His sword was still the sharpest. No matter how strong Xianya was, it was still difficult for him to block it. It seemed that because of this sword, Bai Jian became more confident. It was as if the young man who rode his sword to the west and killed his way into the beast realm had returned. He was in high spirits. Chapter 2610. The invasion of the Inflame world had already started. First, the Sword Heart world and the Flowing Cloud world fell in a very short period of time. Then, their army directly entered the Divine world. The current situation of the Inflame world was very clear. They wanted to use the shortest time to defeat the Divine world and conquer it. Then, they would completely control the Four Realm Alliance. The envoys sent by the Inflame world said that they were working together to deal with their common enemy, the Beast world. However, that was just a pretense. If the Four Realm Alliance had the same strength as them, the Inflame world would naturally take the initiative to facilitate this. However, they found that the Four Realm Alliance was very weak. During that time, they learned that the only backbone of the Four Realm Alliance was the Divine world. If the Divine world was taken down by them, the last Sun Snow world would probably surrender in the end. The core of everything was the Divine world. The Divine world used to be one of the 3,000 small worlds. Moreover, its foundation was extraordinary. It was also the leader of this promotion. Therefore, if the divine world was taken down, the other three small worlds would naturally have no ability to resist. As for the sword heart world and the flowing cloud world, they had no choice but to break through their triangular formation. It could be said that the Een Flame world couldn't avoid the sword heart world if they wanted to start a war with the divine world. After many calculations, the upper echelons of the Een Flame world came to a decision. They were going to take down the two small worlds, like a gust of wind sweeping the leaves away. As for the main event, it was naturally the divine world. In addition, the White Bear tribe had tested the waters before. This made the Een Flame world very clear that the Four-Realm Alliance was very resilient. If they only put in the estimated amount of battle power, they might not be able to achieve the result. They might even end up like the White Bear tribe. Therefore, the Een Flame world's action this time could be said to be incomparably decisive. They directly took out a battle power that could directly crush the Four-Realm Alliance. Along the way, the galloping and killing were very terrifying. Everywhere they passed, except for some places that had geographical advantage or the support of formations, a bloody path was directly opened. They were simply unstoppable. Sitting in the main hall, the king was at his wit's end. Because 2 hours ago he had received news from the Sword Heart world that the Een Flame world had started a full-scale invasion. In these short 2 hours, countless pieces of news kept coming in, all of which were news of their defeat. Facing the powerful Een Flame world, no matter how powerful the king's calculation ability was, there was nothing he could do. After all, the difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with schemes. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Reporting: Divine General Feng Shilin has fallen, and the Western Pass has been breached. A soldier ran in and reported. When the king heard this news, he was shocked. He didn't expect the Western Pass to be broken in such a short time. But on second thought, this was normal. This time, the Een Flame world had sent out quite a number of experts, and most of them had even rushed to the God world. In front of such a huge gap in strength, it was already not easy to resist for a moment. Therefore, his defeat now seemed to be within reason. Could it be that the end of the God realm was coming? Thinking of this, King Da's frown deepened. He knew that what he was facing now was a real crisis, and he couldn't avoid it at all. Jiang Zhangqing was at his wit's end. He also knew that no matter how good they were at fighting, they couldn't resist in front of such a huge gap in strength. Second brother, I'll go stop them. King Qin stood up at this time and asked for battle. Currently in the God realm, only King Qin had the highest realm and the strongest strength. Moreover, King Qin already had the awareness that no matter how he fought this battle, it would be hard for him to turn the situation around. However, the God realm had their own pride. Even if they died in battle, it was impossible for them to bow and bend their knees or do nothing. Moreover, from the beginning, they already knew that the Een Flame world's invasion was something to be expected. It was just that who would have thought that it would come so quickly? As for those defenses that were carefully laid out before, it was impossible for them to stop the Een Flame world's army from advancing. Such a crushing attack made them helpless. Fourth brother, if you go, who will guard the divine capital? The king rubbed his forehead and said calmly. After saying that, the king sighed helplessly in his heart. Although he didn't want to see the God realm's land fall into the hands of other worlds, he had considered the pros and cons. However, when it came to weighing the pros and cons, he did a very good job. He also knew that as long as Shindu was protected, everything was possible. At the very least, they could still wait for the God Emperor to come out of seclusion. Perhaps everything would change when he came out of seclusion? King Qin, don't be rash now. With your realm and the power of the formation, with our help, it's not impossible for us to protect the divine capital. Jiang Zhangqing advised. The Een Flame world's attack was too fierce, and even showed signs of being unstoppable. Therefore, the fall of the God realm was expected. However, with the divine capital's collection and foundation, they could still hold on for a while, although it was said that there was a bit of gambling involved in this. However, there was nothing they could do about it. King Qin was furious. Right now, he really wanted to kill his way out, but he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. That's true. The divine capital is our last line of defense. Fourth brother, don't ruin the god realm because of your impulsiveness, King Zhao said in a deep voice. It could be said that the crisis they were facing now was their first encounter in the middle world. Whether or not they could survive this storm was still a huge problem. Can you contact Xiaoyang and Princess Mingzhu? If possible, ask them to come back as soon as possible, Kingda said unwillingly. Kingda knew what mission Xiaoyang and Princess Mingzhu had to carry. However, at such a critical moment, he had no choice but to ask them to come back. Although everyone knew that even if the two of them came back, they wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. However, they couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. Who knew it might work? King Qin shook his head. He didn't have any special means to contact them. Everything depended on them. Moreover, Xiaoyang and Princess Mingzhu had disregarded their own lives to fight against the myriad beast realm. If they were to cause trouble for them now, wouldn't they be causing trouble for them? King Da was in a dilemma as to how to dispatch them. They couldn't even protect themselves. Chapter 26:11 God Calamity, Mountain Range. As the crowd learned that Xiaoyang and the other two were heading towards the profound dragon tribe, some of the Almighties in the Blazing Flame tribe began to look forward to it. In the alliance this time, the arrogance displayed by the profound dragon tribe made them extremely displeased. Moreover, if Xianyu really succeeded, the profound dragon tribe might be able to dominate the entire Wanshou realm. There might not even be a place for them. As He Rin had yet to return, Zhu Hong did not act rashly. Instead, he sent people to gather information. It seemed that no matter what the result was, it was not good news for the Wanshou realm. Regarding this, Zhu Hong's heart was filled with anxiety. The unforeseen events during this period of time made him very worried. He did not know what to do. Suddenly, everyone felt an extremely domineering aura. It came from the God Calamity mountain range. The group of Almighties did not dare to hesitate. They suspected that there might be opportunities in the mountain range that they did not know of. Therefore, everyone was very anxious and directly rushed over. If there was an opportunity that was missed, they might be able to soar into the sky if they could obtain it. It was even possible for them to break out of the current crisis, especially Zhu Hong. He directly revealed his true form and madly rushed over with his fastest speed. It could be said that the Blazing Flame tribe should have benefited the most from the horned dragon tomb's appearance. However, in the end, they suffered the most losses. As for the top opportunity, they were unable to touch it. Therefore, Zhu Hong also hoped that a great opportunity would fall on him. If he could soar into the sky because of this, it would be best. Soon, Zhu Hong arrived at the God Calamity mountain range. Azure light shone brightly, and powerful auras constantly refracted out. It was extremely domineering. Could it be that a great opportunity has appeared? Zhu Hong said as he could not help but feel excited. Their Blazing Flame tribe could be said to have suffered a lot in this opportunity. Was the heavens taking pity on them this time? However, in the next moment, Zhu Hong's heart sank, because what he saw was a dragon soaring into the sky. It even carried the might of a king. It was as if he could not look directly at it. Even Zhu Hong, who had been sitting in a high position for thousands of years, was a little fearful of that majestic aura. At this moment, Zhu Hong's brows furrowed even more as a very strange thought appeared in her mind. Could it be that the horned dragon has come back to life? Zhu Hong thought to herself. She was even more shocked. If that was the case, would it be a blessing or a curse for the Wanshou realm? At the very least, from the looks of it, there were no benefits for the scorching flame tribe to covet. Furthermore, the horned dragon had been dead for tens of thousands of years. How could it be revived in such a short time? At this time, many experts were arriving one after another. They controlled the distance very well and did not dare to advance rashly. After all, The current situation was unclear. If he rashly approached, a disaster might fall on his head. Therefore, it was better to be careful and avoid unnecessary troubles. Zhu Hong frowned as she watched the flood dragon hovering in the air, displaying its might and power. She felt even more upset. Suddenly, a possibility flashed through Zhu Hong's mind. She muttered, "Could it be Xing Tian?" After thinking of this possibility, Zhu Hong was even more shocked. If that was the case, then wouldn't the Black Dragon tribe benefit the most from this opportunity? Soon, the flood dragon transformed into a human. It was Xing Tian. After getting the answer to her doubts, Zhu Hong's eyes were full of shock. Back then, they did see Xing Tian being hit by a horned dragon's inner core and then falling into the tomb. No matter how the Black Dragon tribe searched, they could not find him. They all thought that he was annihilated by the inner core. However, who would have thought that he had obtained his own opportunity and was hidden in the tomb? Now he had probably absorbed the inner core and made himself. Feeling that the other party's aura had completely suppressed her, the shock in Zhu Hong's heart became even more intense. Heaven had always been unfair. It was said that the pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. However, the Scorching Flame tribe was like drawing water with a bamboo basket. On the contrary, the Black Dragon tribe, which was the furthest away, benefited the most. The few juniors of the Four-Realm Alliance, which was even further away, took more than half. Thinking of this, Zhu Hong felt even more uncomfortable. It was as if all the hard work she had put in these days had been a wedding dress for them. Suddenly, Xing Tian opened his eyes. His eyes were domineering and looked down on the world. That imposing aura, without being angry, seemed to be made by nature. This glance caused many of the mighty figures present to be unable to help but tremble, and they felt a lingering fear in their hearts. After Xing Tian glanced at everyone present, his gaze fell on Zhu Hong. "Chief Zhu, long time no see," Xing Tian said indifferently, although Xing Tian said it very calmly and his tone was not deliberate. When Zhu Hong heard it, she felt a great pressure. Even Zhu Hong herself didn't know why this was the case. In Caesar, Grotto Heaven, Xiaoyang, Princess Mingzhu, and Bai Jian were also attacking Xianyu with all their strength. Xianyu was suppressed by the power of the realm and could not use his full strength. Therefore, under their crazy attacks, he began to show signs of being defeated. However, Xiaoyang and the other two were not having a good time either. Xianyu was a rank 7 almighty after all. The damage he caused to them was not small. Xiaoyang was the first to bear the brunt of it, and his injuries were also very serious. However, the current him was unable to fall. Thus, he had been forcibly holding on the entire time. Now, Xiaoyang was very anxious because he sensed the changes in the flowing cloud realm and knew that the Yin Flame realm had begun a full-scale invasion. However, if he did not kill Xianyu now and left, Caesar Grotto Heaven would be shattered under his attacks. Even the mountain river map would be destroyed. Therefore, he had no choice. He could only deal with this big trouble first before he could deal with what was happening in the flowing cloud realm. It was also because of his anxiety that Xiaoyang seemed to have lost his composure and was not as rational as before. The more time passed, the more people of the flowing cloud world would be lost. There were priorities, but both sides were urgent. Therefore, Xiaoyang was so anxious. Under such a ferocious attack, Xianyu could no longer maintain his arrogant attitude. He revealed his true form and completely unleashed his strength to obtain victory. Chapter 26:12. Even Xianyu himself did not expect that things would develop to this point. The three people's attacks were indeed too fierce. In his human form, he was already unable to resist. Moreover, this was the case for ferocious beasts. If they wanted to display their full strength, they could only do so by revealing their true form. Originally, Xianyu thought that as long as he revealed his true form, he could use his absolute strength to break free from such suppression. But now he realized that he was wrong. Even though he appeared in his original form, he was still suppressed by this small world. The flow of qi in his body was in opposition to that of this world. This made him very puzzled and unhappy. If this continued, he would eventually be at a disadvantage. Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu also sensed that something was wrong from Xiaoyang's actions. This was because Xiaoyang had always been relatively calm, but now he seemed a little anxious. Or did something happen that made him so anxious? Until now, Xiaoyang had not told the two of them what he sensed. At this juncture, if they knew about this, there would be some unforeseen changes in everyone's mentality. Therefore, the best thing to do was to get through the difficulties in front of them first. You are indeed interesting. No wonder you dare to stir up trouble in the beast realm when you are only a level 4 martial emperor, Xianyu said angrily. As a tier 7 powerhouse, Xianyu was naturally very displeased to be forced to such a step. However, he could not help but admire these 3 little guys. They had indeed done something that was difficult for others to do. That was why they were so outstanding and admirable. Even though they were enemies, it was unavoidable for every cultivator to respect the strong. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up slightly. You can only blame the beast realm for being so eager to invade. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to take such a risk. If they did not need to take the initiative to attack the beast realm, they would not have been taken advantage of by the Yin Flame world. It was also because of this that Xiaoyang felt very uncomfortable in his heart. However, at this point, it was useless to say anything more. They could only take one step at a time and use their fists to open a path. When Xianyu heard this, he laughed out loud. Invading other people's worlds had always been a tradition of the myriad beast realm. If they didn't plunder the resources of other worlds, how could they have created so many experts? The luck of a world was very limited. If one didn't steal from others, they would probably become the one being robbed in the future. You guys are indeed outstanding, but it's time for this game to end, Xianyu said in a low voice. In this battle, Xianyu had already recognized the facts. If he continued to be in a stalemate, it would not benefit him at all. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly and kill them all. The other party had the support of this world, and with their abilities, if things continued to drag on like this, he might end up dying from exhaustion. Therefore, Xianyu understood this point and had to make changes in this aspect. Xiaoyang only snorted coldly. The thunder, fire divine sword in his hand was constantly glowing with sword light, and there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Previously, you were so arrogant. Now that you've been forced to such a state, what exactly gave you such confidence? Bai Jian spoke out in a mocking tone. The 3 of them were able to fight back and forth with the other party. This made Bai Jian feel very secure. If he could seek more, then everything would become possible. Therefore, Bai Jian was very confident now. Xianyu snorted coldly and immediately took the lead to attack Bai Jian. It could be said that most of the injuries on Xianyu's body were caused by Bai Jian. Moreover, this kid's sarcasm was not bad, which made Xianyu even more disgusted. He could not wait to kill him there and then. When Bai Jian saw Xianyu charging towards him, the sword in his hand trembled. Immediately, sword qi surged out continuously, forming layers of sword defense in an instant. Although Bai Jian's words were very frivolous, he knew in his heart that he could not let down his guard against such an almighty. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might even lose his life, and even implicate Xiaoyang and Princess Mingzhu. With the previous battle, Bai Jian had become confident. Therefore, he believed that he could block the other party's attack. In the blink of an eye, sword qi flew out. The sharp aura kept colliding and killing the Xianjiao that was charging towards him. In the next moment, Bai Jian advanced instead of retreating. He relied on the sharpness of the sword in his hand and charged forward. Looking at the countless flying swords, the anger in Xianyu's heart burned even more fiercely. This guy actually dared to look down on him. Xiaoyang and Princess Mingzhu began to prepare their attacks again. They needed to attack continuously and seize every opportunity to defeat Xianyu. Now that Bai Jian was facing it alone, He had to cherish the time that he fought for. "Come on, bastard!" Bai Jian bellowed. At this moment, Bai Jian seemed to be full of pride and was unstoppable. The sword continued to emit a dazzling sword light, as if it could split anything in half under the sword. Even a clay figurine would have some anger, let alone the arrogant Xianye. Such ridicule caused him to be unable to restrain his anger, and he wished for nothing more than to directly swallow his opponent into his stomach and skin him alive. Xianye's speed became faster and faster. The earthy yellow light that covered his body completely bloomed at this moment. It looked extremely shocking. The sword defense suddenly formed an attack and attacked continuously, stabbing towards the Xianjiao. However, although the sword qi was sharp, it was very easy to break. The sword qi also hit Xianye's body like raindrops, but it did not seem to have much effect. Bai Jian's expression did not change. He was still crazily urging his aura to form sword qi, forming an extremely powerful killing aura. Although he knew that his realm and strength were inferior to his opponent, Bai Jian was unwilling to admit defeat. In fact, when he attacked now, there was some fighting aura in it. Now he did not ask for much, and that was to kill his opponent. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Although the sharp sword qi also left sword marks on the Xianjiao's body, the Xian seemed to be unaware of the pain. It was still charging forward, as if it was preparing to kill this noisy kid in this attack. Thunder Prison True Fire Kill. Chapter 26:13. At this moment, Xiaoyang made his move. His attack was completed. In fact, Xiaoyang had no choice but to make a move. If he did not make a move and let Bai Jian face Xianye's attack alone, Bai Jian might be seriously injured and even affect the battle. Thunder rumbled and formed a huge prison in an instant, as if trying to trap this ferocious black dragon. Xiaoyang also rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Only a flash of fire could be seen. It was incomparably fast. Now, Xiaoyang's state of mind was also very firm, and he was also very clear that he still had to play the role of throwing a brick to attract jade. He could stand at the front and block Xianye's attack, but the killing blow still had to be left to Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu. Bai Jian's sharpness, Princess Mingzhu's dominance. Feeling the surge of lightning around him, Xianye's heart was slightly startled, because he felt a trace of a threatening aura, but it was not the lightning that pressed down, but the sword essence that turned into a flash of fire. At this moment, Xianye also understood that the backbone was Xiaoyang. He was the omnipotent cornerstone. He would fix any flaws that appeared in the team. Or rather, if there were any mistakes, he would fill in the gaps and reverse them. Bai Jian's sword defense had been completely broken, and his sword qi was exhausted. So when he saw Xiaoyang rush out, he immediately retreated and began to accumulate power for the next attack. Xiaoyang's attack was now incomparably firm, as if nothing could shake it. In a short while, Xiaoyang had already rushed over, and the divine sword in his hand was burning with raging flames. "Go to hell!" Xianye shouted angrily and suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a flash of light. The light and the sword collided at this moment. Suddenly, Xiaoyang found it difficult to resist and was forced to retreat. If the Thunder Fire Divine Sword was not a spiritual level magic weapon, it would have been shattered under the attack of the light. In the blink of an eye, the lightning mercilessly whipped Xianye's body. Although Xianye's cultivation was high, he couldn't resist the lightning at all. He was in great pain, and he just wanted to get out of this place. As for Xiaoyang, he was directly pushed into the swamp by the mysterious light. Massacre of the golden light. Princess Mingzhu let out a low roar. Her sword aura was already formed, and she slashed down. A golden sword qi descended from the sky and slashed into the Xianjiao's body. In the next moment, it exploded and continuously destroyed the vitality in Xianye's body. Xianye suffered such a heavy blow. Even though his armor was extremely tough, it was unable to block all of the attacks. Under the pain, Xianye seemed to have gone mad. He kept twisting his body and crashing everywhere, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. However, this did not alleviate his pain in the slightest. In the end, Xianyu was still a Tier 7 powerhouse. Under his suppression, the rampant sword qi in his body calmed down a lot in the blink of an eye. Heavenly sword Dao seeking. However, Xianyu had just suppressed the attack in front of him. However, Bai Jian also slashed out again. The cooperation between the three people could be said to be perfect. They were interlocked and did not give him the slightest chance to catch his breath at all. It could be said that this was also their only choice. Otherwise, once they let Xianyu catch his breath, his attacks would stop. Then they would have no chance of winning. They 3 Tier 5 powerhouses joining hands to be able to force this Tier 7 powerhouse to such an extent. They relied on this kind of cooperation. In an instant, Xianyu was directly nailed to the ground. He was in unbearable pain. At this moment, Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian both felt somewhat weak and difficult to continue. In order to be able to suppress Xianyu, they all used ultimate skills. It consumed a lot of energy. Even with the replenishment of this small world, it was still not enough to make ends meet. Xianyu kept twisting his body. The earthquake was even more continuous. Even though this was a swamp area, the power that Xianyu displayed was so terrifying that it made people unable to underestimate him. Xianyu fell to the ground. His eyes were also filled with unwillingness and fury. He never thought that under the siege of these 3 juniors, he would actually reach the end of his rope. This could simply be described as inconceivable. If news of this were to spread, this battle would definitely become a battle of humiliation for him. Thinking of this, the fury in Xianyu's heart became even stronger. How could he fall in such a place? Moreover, he was surrounded and killed by 3 juniors. There was a difference of 2 realms. How could he be defeated here? Thinking of this, Xianyu suddenly flew up. The vitality of a ferocious beast was originally very strong. Although Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu's attacks were strong, they were unable to cause fatal injuries to him. Therefore, as long as Xianyu's heart was strong enough, he could still stand up again. Bai Jian could not help but frown as he watched Xianyu soar into the air again. Although you are a little weak, your vitality is not bad. You are like a cockroach. At this moment, Bai Jian did not forget to ridicule him. It seemed that he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. When Xianyu heard this, the fury in his heart could no longer be suppressed. "Arrogant brat, you will pay the price for this," Xianyu said angrily. Xianyu did not care so much now. He felt that no matter what method he used, as long as he could kill them, break out of this secret realm, and return to his place, that was the most important thing. Xianyu had to admit that he was indeed too careless previously and underestimated these juniors. That was why the situation had turned out this way. However, he also realized this point now. Therefore, he made up his mind and knew what to do. As long as he used his absolute strength to crush them, wouldn't it be up to him to kill them? In the next moment, countless forces rapidly gathered at this moment. In fact, Xianyu did not even care about suppressing the rampaging sword aura in his body. Although the sword aura was strong and made him suffer a lot, it was not very fatal in the end. Therefore, why should he keep harping on this point? After thinking about everything clearly, Xianyu no longer had any other thoughts. Terminator light. Xianyu raised his head and suddenly aimed at Bai Jian. He spat out a light that was as thick as an adult's arm. The light looked like a long spear and also like a sharp weapon that could take a person's life. Bai Jian also felt a chill on his back. He even felt that he had been completely locked down and could not move. Death seemed to be in an instant. Just as Bai Jian was in despair, a figure suddenly rushed out from the swamp under his feet. He stood there fearlessly, and there was not even the slightest trace of panic. One of his hands was even drawing a circle in front of him. Teleportation technique. Chapter 26:14. When the circle was completed, the light seemed to have disappeared into thin air when it reached Xiaoyang. When Xianyu saw this, he couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. What kind of technique was this to be able to do this? Such a method could only be described as inconceivable. Even Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu were shocked. Although they had seen Xiaoyang use this technique before, this was the first time they had seen it absorb such a powerful attack. They had thought that they would all die here when Xian Ye's desperate situation erupted. However, Xiaoyang had appeared in time and started to reverse the situation. Xian Ye looked at the light that was disappearing, and the doubt in his eyes gradually increased. He even found it hard to understand what had happened. However, in the next moment, Xian Ye's heart trembled. That was because he could feel that danger was approaching him. That chilling intent made his hair stand on end. Boom! A ray of light suddenly refracted in midair and directly penetrated Xian Ye's body. It was even constantly destroying his life force. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Xian Ye's eyes were filled with doubt. He did not understand what had happened and why it had turned out this way. Could it be that he had killed himself? Shandu is now surrounded by many almighties from the Yin Flame world. In just a few hours, their defending army could not stop the Yin Flame world's army at all. Fortunately, Shandu had the protection of the formation. In addition to Qin Wang's presence, they were barely able to hold on and not be broken through by the enemy. Qin Wang stood at the door and looked at the many almighties in front of him. There were even a few rank 5 almighties. He felt uncomfortable in his heart. Currently, Qin Wang was only a rank 4. If not for Shendu's formation being strong enough, he would have died here long ago. Even if he could rely on the formation's power to defend Shendu, he could not be sure how long this could last. In fact, he even felt that it was a little difficult to deal with it now. Right now, Qin Wang was feeling a lot of pressure. It seemed like the fall of the God realm was already set in stone. Many people had even sunk into despair. Furthermore, this was the first time in the history of the divine realm that they had suffered such a crushing defeat. It could even be said to be the most miserable defeat they had ever suffered. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were completely defenseless. Shendu seemed to have become the last fortress of the realm of the gods. The king sat on the city wall and looked at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood below. His brows were almost knitted together. He lamented in his heart. He also wanted to bring everyone to charge out and fight to the death with the Yin Flame world. However, the difference in strength was too great, so he couldn't do that. Now that everyone was working together, they were able to protect the divine capital. Anyone who charged out would undoubtedly be courting death. In the face of such a situation, everyone knew in their hearts that no matter how angry they were, they could only continue to endure and defend. If even the gods' capital fell, then the gods' realm would truly be finished. At that time, their people would also be enslaved. Such an outcome would undoubtedly be terrible, and it was also something that the king did not want to see. They had worked hard for thousands of years just to return to the middle world, to return to their original vast stage, and not to be enslaved by others. We can't go on like this. Jiang Zhangqing kept pacing back and forth, appearing extremely anxious. Too many unforeseen events had happened in a single day, which made Jiang Zhangqing feel even more uncomfortable. Moreover, they were well aware that given the current situation, it was a huge problem for them to continue defending the divine capital and how long it could last. Moreover, the Yin Flame world's powerhouses were still gathering. One could say that there were more and more of them. Prime Minister Jiang, can you stop for a moment? Zhao Wang said with some dissatisfaction. This old man pacing back and forth made Zhao Wang feel extremely irritated and uncomfortable. The gods' realm was already on the brink of destruction, which made people feel irritated. Now that someone was pacing back and forth in front of them, it made people feel even more irritated. Jiang Zhangqing stopped in his tracks, but his anxious expression did not diminish at all. Shen Wushuang laughed bitterly and said, "Third uncle, if you don't let Prime Minister Jiang walk around, What if he breaks down? Even now, Shen Wuxuan was still in the mood to tease him, which made Jiang Zhangqing despise him very much. Zhao Wang seemed to understand what Shen Wuxuan meant. He smiled and did not continue to dwell on the issue. "They're here. Get ready." Suddenly, Qin Wang yelled. Immediately, everyone stood up and prepared for battle. Qin Wang stood at the door, holding a golden spear in his hand, looking majestic. At the same time, golden light shone continuously from all over the divine capital. Finally, it converged into a single point and was injected into Qin Wang's body. In an instant, Qin Wang was like a god who had descended from the heavens. He stood there like an insurmountable mountain. "Come on, you bastards!" Qin Wang yelled, waving the golden spear in his hand and attacking the Almighties who were charging at him. As long as he did not step out of the divine capital, Qin Wang would be safe. However, there were many powerhouses who came. There were even a few rank 5 powerhouses. No matter how powerful Qin Wang was and how he was supported by the divine capital's formation, it was inevitable that he would be tired at times. No matter how he defended himself, he was still only one person. Moreover, the Yin Flame Realm's Almighties took advantage of his weakness of not being able to step out of the divine capital. They targeted him and made him suffer even more. Now, no matter how displeased Qin Wang was, he could only continue to endure it. "I didn't expect something like this to happen while I was in closed-door cultivation. Someone is attacking my doorstep." At this moment, a dignified voice was heard. When everyone heard this voice, their hearts were greatly shaken. Many people turned their heads, subconsciously, and saw 2 golden lights shooting into the sky from the palace. It was dazzling. The God Emperor and the God Empress have successfully broken through. Everyone thought to themselves at this moment. The God Emperor's exit from closed-door cultivation gave them hope. In the blink of an eye, the 2 golden lights arrived at the city gates. At this moment, Dawang also breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally take off his heavy burden. Qin Wang became even more excited. This was because he realized that his eldest brother was not a 4th-level martial emperor. Now, he was actually a 6th-level martial emperor. As expected of the God Emperor, he had never disappointed them. He always appeared at the most crucial moment and turned the tide. Chapter 26:15. Although the Flowing Cloud Realm was not attacked by the main force, a small portion of the invading army was enough to make it difficult for this weak realm to resist. In a short period of time, almost the entire Flowing Cloud Realm had fallen. Although there were still cultivators of the Flowing Cloud Realm who were doing their best to resist and drive out the invaders, the results were very small. The fierce resistance was followed by a massacre. Although they were not completely defenseless, the battle losses were very high. If one wanted to kill a warrior of the Yin Flame Realm, the Flowing Cloud Realm would often have to pay a much higher price in blood. The difference in strength was just that terrifying. Even though Mu Yang had given the order in advance and had them quickly spread out, everyone could give up on resisting and save their own lives. However, there were still some loyal people who were unwilling to see their land fall into the hands of the enemy. As a result, in their anger, they would also start a war. Of course, there were not many enemies in the Flowing Cloud Realm. After all, the main force of the Yin Flame Realm had gone to the God Realm. As a result, the Yin Flame Realm chose a few important places in the Flowing Cloud Realm. For example, the 100 Prosper City, the Extreme Yang Sect, the Dark Knight Sacred Land, and other major powers had all been attacked. Now, only Borealis City and Pine Victory Mountain were still stubbornly resisting. They relied on the power of the formation to continue resisting, so as not to completely fall and let all the important towns fall into the hands of the enemy. The Triumph Mountain was the most important because there were many elites gathered there. There were even a large number of God realm warriors there. The strength of the Triumph Mountain was also the most perfect. They could counterattack at any time and close the gap, making it difficult for the Yin Flame Realm to advance or retreat. However, Due to the difference in strength, they could only choose to endure and preserve their strength to wait for the right opportunity. As for the Northern Light City, it was because Mu Yang was there and the universal circulation formation was powerful that he was able to resist the enemy's attack. However, the previous 2 attacks had exhausted Mu Yang, making it difficult for him to continue. However, when he thought about how Xiaoyang had left the flowing cloud realm to him before he left, and how he had felt guilty for not being able to contribute his strength during the demon realm's invasion, Mu Yang was even more determined to stay. Even if he died here today, he would not retreat even half an inch. Mu Yang sat at the highest point to rest, and as he listened to the battle reports coming in, his heart was filled with sorrow. Right now, the flowing cloud realm has almost completely fallen. There's also news from the God realm that the divine capital has been surrounded. I'm afraid they can't even protect themselves. There's no way they can send reinforcements to help us. Xiao Changxing said somewhat dejectedly. When Mu Yang heard this, he smiled bitterly and nodded. Naturally, he understood this point. Right now, everyone was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. If he wanted to protect his world, he could only rely on his own abilities. I expected it. Mu Yang smiled. From the moment Mu Yang gave the order, he knew that the danger they were facing was unavoidable. The Yin Flame realm had come prepared and would definitely go all out. How could they possibly give them a chance to catch their breath? Furthermore, taking them down as quickly as possible was the best strategy. If the White Bear tribe had tried to monopolize it like the White Bear tribe, they would only be defeated in the end. With their example, the Yin Flame realm naturally wouldn't make such a stupid mistake again. It seems that we old bones might all die here. Xiao Changsheng smiled bitterly. The baldy beside him only smiled. He was also someone who lived on the edge of a blade and had seen many storms. However, only now did he realize that he was still too short-sighted. The battles between worlds could only be described as small skirmishes. In fact, it could even be said that the White Bear tribe's invasion was like a child's play, completely meaningless. Right now, the Yin Flame realm's full-scale invasion was a true war. The degree of cruelty was even more shocking. Xiao Changsheng, I told you to arrange for Sun Dishing, Sun Yukai, and the other juniors to retreat. Have you done it? Mu Yang looked to the side and asked. Xiao Changxing nodded and said it's done. Next, we old bones only need to guard this place and attract the enemy's attention for them to retreat. This was something that Mu Yang had no choice but to do. In his opinion, it was only a matter of time before the Northern Light City was breached. However, Sun Dishing, Sun Yukai, and the other talented juniors couldn't be left out. The Sun Clan's 2 heroes' governing methods were unique in the Flowing Cloud Realm. If the Flowing Cloud Realm had any hope of recovering in the future, the 2 of them would be able to govern it in the shortest time possible. As for the young geniuses, they were the future of the Flowing Cloud Realm. You go and escort them out, Mu Yang said. Xiao Changxing shook his head and said, Jianguangqi is enough. We old bones will just die here. Mu Yang wanted to continue, but seeing Xiao Changxing's resolute attitude, he shut his mouth. Now that he thought about it, only the few of them were able to survive in their era. Now that they could kill the enemy side by side, wouldn't that be wonderful? Why are you here? Mu Yang suddenly turned around and asked. He saw a handsome young man walking over. Disciple naturally wants to fight the enemy side by side with master. There's no reason for me to shrink back. The handsome boy smiled. Mu Yang also smiled and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of his disciple, he had such backbone. However, Mu Yang still had a problem. Zhou Xiao's talent was unparalleled in the Flowing Cloud Realm. It could be said that he was the hope of the Flowing Cloud Realm. As such, Mu Yang had to think deeply about how to get him out of this battle and find a way out for himself. However, at this time, a rank 4 expert from the Yin Flame realm suddenly attacked, giving him no time to think. It was worth it to use the vermilion token to meet the enemy. However, in the next moment, Mu Yang's expression froze. He saw a sharp knife sticking out of his abdomen. Looking back, it was that handsome boy, his most beloved disciple, who had attacked. Mu Yang's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could he do this? At this moment, even the sky seemed to become gloomy. The rank for expert was about to attack. Xiao Chongqing could only brace himself and charge forward. He couldn't just watch the enemy break through the formation. However, in the next moment, Xiao Chongqing saw a black shadow flash past. Within that black shadow, there was a flame burning. He's back! Xiao Chongqing thought to himself excitedly. Chapter 26:16. When they saw the black figure, Arctic Gray Feather, Lin Shurian, and the others all had tears in their eyes. Although they had only seen an afterimage, they knew that he had returned. Xiao Yang had returned. When the flowing cloud world was in danger and was about to be destroyed, he had returned at such a crucial moment. Indeed, Xiao Yang had never disappointed them before. Every time he returned, he would bring them a pleasant surprise. He had deep feelings for the flowing cloud world. So how could he allow his world to be trampled on by others? It was as if as long as he was there, no matter how big the storm or calamity was, he would be able to withstand it. He had been like this in the 3,000 small worlds, and now he was still like this. He had long since become the pillar of faith of the flowing cloud world. As long as he was there, no matter what calamity it was, as long as he led them, they would be able to overcome it. A sword light flashed, and the Type 4 expert who had charged over was beheaded. This sword strike looked so easy, as if it was cutting grass, as easy as blowing off dust. Seeing Xiao Yang return, Mu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Now he could finally put down the burden on his shoulders, and he no longer had to worry about defending to the death to preserve the last bit of hope for the flowing cloud world. The world was ever-changing, and there were many things that Mu Yang could consider. However, there were also some things that he had not thought of. For example, he had not expected Xiao Yang to be able to return so quickly. At the same time, he had not expected that the disciple he had spent so much effort to nurture, the person who everyone saw as the hope of the flowing cloud world, someone who could even surpass Xiao Yang, would betray them. Mu Yang turned his head in confusion, looking at the handsome disciple. He could not understand why he would do such a thing at such a critical moment. Zhou Xiao was excited at first, but when he saw the expert from the Inflame world being killed in a single strike, he panicked. Zhou Xiao let go of his hand and retreated a few steps in disappointment. He could not believe what he had just seen. All of these changes could be said to be too fast. The people who could not possibly return had now returned. Right now, Zhou Xiao felt extremely helpless. He had not expected things to turn out like this. At this time, the Baldy came back to his senses and sent a palm toward Zhou Xiao. "You traitorous bastard!" The Baldy roared in anger. During this period of time, the Baldy could see that Mu Yang was doing his best to teach Zhou Xiao. It could even be said that he was teaching Zhou Xiao everything. However, at such a critical juncture, he actually did such a thing, angering both the gods and the people. Zhou Xiao was Zhou Xiao that kind of person? If he was, he definitely wouldn't have done such a thing. Therefore, Zhou Xiao directly blasted out a palm. Instantly, the two palms collided, and both of them retreated continuously. The Baldy steadied himself, and his heart was filled with grievance. This brat had improved so quickly in such a short period of time. Who would have thought that he was already so powerful? Even he had suffered some losses. Zhou Xiao's eyes flashed. He quickly scanned the area and began to assess the situation. At the same time, he began to plan quickly in his heart. What exactly should he do to get himself out of this dangerous situation? Why? Mu Yang was still in disbelief. Mu Yang had invested a lot of hope and energy into Zhou Xiao. He had even treated him like his own child. Now that he had been betrayed by the person closest to him, Mu Yang found it hard to accept. Thus, he didn't understand. He also wanted to know exactly what had happened to cause such a reaction. In fact, Muyang felt that this child must have had his own difficulties, which was why he had done such a thing. What kind of difficulties and plans did he have that he had to do this? Seeing this, the Baldy harumphed coldly, clearly dissatisfied. Zhou Xiao's ambition was as clear as day. What was the point of asking so much? Such a rebellious person was someone that everyone had the right to kill. Killing him would be the best thing to do. However, looking at Muyang, it seemed that he was prepared to deal with this himself. As such, the Baldy could only watch from the sidelines. Even though he was angry, there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not demand too much. In the end, this was a matter between the master and disciple. Naturally, he should let them deal with it themselves. The Baldy did not look anymore. Instead, he looked into the distance, towards a place of hope. Xiao Yang hovered in the air, looking down on the world, making people feel even more fearful. Xiao Yang was also very angry. He could tell with a single glance that this was an attack from the Yin Flame world. Why would the Yin Flame world suddenly attack them? This was something that Xiao Yang did not understand. However, that expert soul was already in his hands. If he wanted to know how this matter was facilitated, he could only search through their divine souls. Rather than asking someone he did not know, it was better to find out himself. When the many experts from the Yin Flame world saw Xiao Yang appear, they all subconsciously took a few steps back. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even a stage 4 expert could not block a single strike from him. Just how terrifying was this person's strength? Moreover, with their ability, wanting to compete with Xiao Yang seemed more or less like a fool's dream. Xiao Yang also began to quickly search for the information he needed from the souls he obtained. After joining forces to kill Xianya in Caesar Grotto Heaven, he immediately told Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu about what had happened here. Even though their injuries were still very serious, they did not have time to rest at all when they thought that their own world had been invaded. Using the mountain river map and Caesar Grotto Heaven as a medium, they directly returned to the drifting cloud world. Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu also rushed to their own worlds, so they did not come together. When Bai Jian first heard about it, he thought it was not true and was just a joke. However, Xiao Yang would never joke about such things. Therefore, the two naturally understood that this matter was true. They fought hard in the Wanshou world to prevent the flames of war from spreading to their own worlds. However, who would have thought that the Yin Flame world would take advantage of this and actually attack them from behind? This was really hateful. The difficulty in front of them became the knot in their hearts. They did not expect that drifting in exchange for the same result. Only the opponent was different. Chapter 26:17. After a short while, Xiao Yang learned more than half of the information in the soul. He even understood why the Yin Flame realm had launched an invasion. Although Kun had reported the existence of the Four Realm Alliance to her faction, they had the same idea as the White Bear tribe, which was to take all the benefits for themselves. That was why they hadn't made a move until the Four Realm Alliance and the White Bear tribe had fought to a standstill. Only then would they stand out and reap the benefits. However, they didn't expect the White Bear tribe to suffer a crushing defeat. Naturally, their plan fell through. Later on, Mo Luo sent back news that almost all the powerhouses of the Four Realm Alliance had gone to the Myriad Beast Realm. The Myriad Beast Realm had been pinned down and toyed with by them. Now was the best time to take down the Four Realm Alliance. The top powerhouses of the Four Realm Alliance were entangled with the Myriad Beast Realm. Wasn't this the best time for the Yin Flame realm to make a move? I didn't expect Mo Luo to be the one who instigated this war. Xiao Yang muttered. A trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. Back then, he had saved Mo Luo's life out of benevolence. He thought it would be a good way to establish a relationship with the Yin Flame realm. Then, it would be logical for them to join forces against the Myriad Beast realm. However, he didn't expect that a moment of benevolence would lead to such a great disaster for his world. The more he thought about it, the harder it was for Xiao Yang to calm down. However, It was impossible for him to seek revenge on Emo Luo. After being poisoned and heavily injured, Xing Tian and the others had left him to fend for himself. He had already died in the God Tribulation Mountain range and turned into a pile of bones. Although the main culprit was already dead, the bandits of the Flame world still existed. "And Kun, I know you're here," Xiaoyang said coldly after searching for some more information. Many cultivators of the Flame realm subconsciously took a step back. This was because he also felt a chill from it. Xiaoyang was very angry now. He was even constantly emitting killing intent. Therefore, some people also noticed that the situation in the drifting cloud realm had changed. They were no longer lambs waiting to be slaughtered. That genuine killing intent caused some of the weaker cultivators to tremble in fear. At this time, Kun also walked out slowly. He looked up at Xiaoyang with a helpless smile on his face. It could be said that Kun was the first to know about the existence of the Four-Realm Alliance in the Flame realm. At that time, he and Xiaoyang could be said to have a very pleasant conversation, and even hypocritically said that they wanted to form an alliance. Setting up a common goal was for the sake of peace in the future. Moreover, at that time, Kun was completely unaware of Xiaoyang's strength and felt that it would be difficult for her to take him down alone. That was why she behaved so dutifully. However, he did not expect that in such a short period of time, that young man had already grown to a level that he could not hope to reach. At least for now, he was far from being a match for Xiaoyang. "You actually didn't die in the Myriad Beast realm," Kun said with a smile. Xiaoyang was stunned at first, but then he sneered in disdain. No wonder the Flame realm dared to attack. So that was what they were planning. "Don't you think you should give me an explanation?" Xiaoyang asked coldly. Xiaoyang's anger had completely exploded, but he felt that he still needed an explanation. Hearing this, Kun laughed because he felt that these words were indeed laughable. They were all old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. There were many problems that could be understood at a glance, so why bother with those troublesome explanations? It's just the law of the jungle. Only if you're strong enough can you have the right to get an explanation. Kun snorted coldly. Although Kun had realized that he was probably not a match for Xiaoyang, there were many Class 4 experts around him. As the saying went, 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. No matter how strong you were, what was the use? When the time came, as long as everyone worked together, would they still be afraid of not being able to take him down? Hearing that explanation, Xiaoyang was very unhappy. It could be said that the Flame realm had always been ambitious. Why were they invaded by the Myriad Beast realm and suppressed? It was only because they were not as strong as the Myriad Beast realm, so they showed the attitude of a victim. If there was a day when they could turn the situation around, the Flame realm's brutality would be even more fierce than the Myriad Beast realm. "If you think that, then it's not a good thing," Xiaoyang took a deep breath and said. At this moment, Xiaoyang was also doing his best to suppress his injuries. Feeling the world force constantly entering his body, Xiaoyang's heart calmed down a lot. With the help of the world spirit, Xiaoyang began to sense the changes around him, and even the deployment of the entire flowing cloud realm. It was only after he truly understood the situation of the entire flowing cloud world that he would be able to make appropriate arrangements and remedy the situation. If he was always in a state of ignorance, then it would be really terrible. And now he could recover as much as he could. At least, he could not let it continue to deteriorate. Not a good thing? Now it's your flowing cloud realm who can't even protect yourselves. Kun sneered. Although Xiaoyang killed his comrades in one blow, they were indeed intimidated at the beginning. But now that he thought about it, North Light City was where Xiaoyang's family was. It was not impossible for him to make some arrangements here and borrow the power of this city to kill people. Moreover, he did not believe that Xiaoyang could really break through several realms in such a short time and reach a realm higher than him. At the same time, he could see that Xiaoyang's clothes were tattered. Clearly, he had experienced a great battle and rushed back. His current condition wasn't that good either. If this is your explanation to me, then I have nothing to say. Xiaoyang shook his head and said. Previously, Xiaoyang thought that Kun was a good person, but now it seemed that he was only good at acting. Of course, the words just now was also a chance that Xiaoyang gave Kun. However, he did not cherish this chance. Kun still showed disdain, and even felt that Xiaoyang thought of this world too well. To have such thoughts, he must be an extremely stupid person. Otherwise, who would believe that other realms would treat their own world well with kindness? Chapter 26:18. Since you're courting death, I can only fulfill your wish. Xiaoyang said as he waved the divine sword in his hand, revealing his killing intent. Since these guys were courting death, Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't be polite to them. His previous words were also to give the Inflame world a chance to let Kun realize their mistake. But unfortunately, they were arrogant and missed this opportunity. They waged war on the flowing cloud world and caused many people to lose their lives in this war. Then, let them wash away this hatred with blood. Only the flames of war could burn the flames of war, and blood hatred could be washed away with blood. What arrogance! Kun shouted angrily. In the next moment, Kun waved his hand, and immediately his fellow sect members behind him quickly rose into the air. Each of them was energized and had an invincible posture. Although they had already felt the cold killing intent, they felt that the other party had only killed a lot of people. The killing intent was dense, but it didn't mean that his strength was also tyrannical. Moreover, the order they received this time was very simple, and that was to conquer the flowing cloud world. Some rank 4 almighties also released their aura, wanting to crush Xiaoyang directly. But how could all of this be so simple? Xiaoyang, do you think this is a one-on-one fight? This is a matter of battle formation. I can't beat you alone, but there are so many almighties around me. Even if we forcefully charge, we can kill you. Kun shouted. For a moment, the almighties around Kun all released their aura, as if they wanted to form an aura to suppress the world lord. However, Xiaoyang just sneered. With a flick of his wrist, he immediately rushed over. The highest realm here was only rank for Martial Emperor, and there were only 7 people alive. He really didn't put these people in his eyes. Even if Xiaoyang was now seriously injured and couldn't fully display his strength, he wasn't someone they could match. Even if they were in the same realm, Xiaoyang dared to say that he was invincible. Moreover, his current cultivation level was 1 level higher than his opponent's. What was there to be afraid of? No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants. Even if they were densely packed and completely surrounded a ferocious tiger, it would still be difficult to kill it. Plunder like fire. Xiaoyang didn't have the patience to deal with these guys. He just wanted to quickly deal with the situation here. Let's first break the siege of Borealis City, and then go to other places. There were 2 Type 4 powerhouses who were also unconvinced, wondering what kind of expert could appear in such a barren place like the flowing cloud world. Therefore, they took the lead and prepared to join forces to kill Xiaoyang. The light blue flames circled around him like willow, the wisps, and it was breathtaking. The flames burned more and more fiercely, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become gloomy and cold. At that moment, the cold and hot flames clashed, and with a flash of a sword, the heads of the 2 Type 4 experts were sliced off. When Baldy saw this scene, he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Type 4 expert that Xiaoyang killed at the start was more or less coincidental. For example, he caught them off guard and used a swift and decisive method, which was why he was able to achieve such an effect. But now, facing 2 Type 4 experts head-on, he was able to kill them in 1 strike. This kind of strength was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, Baldy's heart was filled with ecstasy. It was obvious that Xiaoyang's strength had increased greatly after going to the Wanshou world. This way, the destruction of the flowing cloud world could be reversed. They didn't even need to do anything. They only needed to stand in Borealis City and watch, and Xiaoyang would be able to wipe out all the invading enemies. At this moment, Kun's heart couldn't help but start to waver. He felt that it was hard to believe. This kind of method could be said to be unseen and unheard of. Why was this happening? He couldn't understand. The morale that was raised with great difficulty started to collapse at this moment. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late because it was difficult to stop the momentum of the charge. If they really retreated, their morale would probably hit rock bottom. Could it be that such a mighty army would be scared off by a single person? The other Type 4 experts also felt that it was strange and doubtful and even afraid. But they still didn't retreat and could only brace themselves and charge forward. Maybe the other party just used some kind of secret technique. If they were scared off just like that, it wouldn't make sense. Xiao Yang swept forward like fire, killing his way into the battle formation with extreme speed. Along the way, Xiao Yang saw countless people lose their lives. His heart was already filled with anger, and now was the time to vent it. He wanted to make the Inflame world, who didn't know what was good for them, pay with blood. Every time the sword light flashed, there would be Inflame world warriors who would lose their lives because of it. Zhou Xiao looked at the battle outside Borealis City, and the corners of his eyes twitched. He never would have thought that the appearance of a single person could really change the situation of the battle. Although the Inflame world army looked unstoppable, Xiao Yang alone was like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, starting a one-sided slaughter. He was incomparably valiant. Zhou Xiao, why are you doing this? Mu Yang continued to interrogate. Mu Yang was about to go crazy. He really couldn't understand why this child would do such a thing. Facing his master's interrogation, Zhou Xiao frowned. He was also on the verge of collapse. Because of Xiao Yang's timely appearance, the situation he predicted had changed greatly. Why? Master, you have to understand this disciple. I'm doing this to go further. Zhou Xiao smiled. Mu Yang was stunned by his words. Was he really going to kill his own master just so that he could go further? What kind of bullshit logic was this? The Inflame world destroying our four-realm alliance is something that's set in stone. Furthermore, with my aptitude, do you think they'll let me live? Zhou Xiao's voice became a lot gloomier. Mu Yang's frown deepened. If Xiao Yang didn't return in time, then the destruction of the flowing cloud realm was indeed only a matter of time. Against powerful enemies, there was no doubt about it. But I want to live. Last time, and Lin from the Inflame world pointed out a path for me. As long as I bring your head to the Inflame world, I'll be able to prove my sincerity in betraying the flowing cloud realm and joining the Inflame world. At that time, there will also be a rank 6 mighty figure who will accept me as a disciple. If it were you, what would you choose? Zhou Xiao laughed as he spoke, appearing a little deranged. Chapter 26:19. Hearing this answer, Mu Yang's heart was filled with sorrow. He knew that Zhou Xiao's betrayal was not something he had done on the spur of the moment. Instead, he had already colluded with the Inflame world when the envoy had arrived. In fact, it could even be said that he had planned this for a long time. He had never thought that he would end up raising an ingrate after putting in so much effort. In the end, he even wanted to use his head as a stepping stone to climb to a higher position. At that moment, Mu Yang felt very uncomfortable. He had never thought that he would have made a mistake. The disciple that he had placed so much hope in had actually done something like this. Moreover, he had been incredibly decisive and heartless in his betrayal. In fact, even now, Mu Yang still found it difficult to accept. If it was possible, he would feel that everything he had seen was not real. It was just a dream. However, the sounds of slaughter and the blood of his comrades staining the soil of his homeland constantly reminded Mu Yang that this was all real and that he could not escape from it. Seeing his master still in disbelief, Zhou Xiao also laughed. You've really become muddle-headed. You're incredibly foolish. That sense of disdain was completely exposed. In Zhou Xiao's eyes, his talent was completely natural, and he was a rare talent that could only be found once every 10 million years. If he continued to be trapped in a small place like the drifting cloud world and was taught by that stubborn old man, he would probably end up wasting his talent, doing that was undoubtedly a waste of God's gift. As such, Zhou Xiao did not want that to happen. He felt that he could go even further, so he needed to save himself. What if the Yin Flame world can't satisfy you? Mu Yang asked. Zhou Xiao's smile became even more disdainful. That's because they're useless. They can't blame me for what I do. As he said that, Zhou Xiao's voice became much colder, as if there was no emotion in it at all. However, this time, Mu Yang did not show any disappointment. It was as if he had expected that answer. Zhou Xiao was the same. Because of his own talent, he felt that he should reach the top. As for what methods he used, whether it was humane or not, and whether it went against his morals, it was probably not important to him. Mu Yang shook his head, helplessly. At the end of the day, it was all his fault. Although Baldy was watching the battle from the side, the one-sided slaughter still made him feel a little bored, so he was distracted to listen to the conversation between the master and disciple. Hearing this, Baldy smiled helplessly. You want to surpass Lord Xiao with this kind of conduct? I think you're just dreaming, the Baldy said disdainfully. Zhou Xiao was so heartless that even if he could crawl, he would not be able to go far. It was a very pitiful thing to have no friends. Furthermore, if he were to encounter an accident, it would be difficult for him to walk out of it without anyone's help. However, Zhou Xiao disapproved and said disdainfully, "A trash like you also dares to come and comment on me?" When Baldy had just broken through to the martial king realm, Mu Yang had taken him in as a disciple. Now that they were at the same level, Zhou Xiao had the right to say such things. Baldy felt a little uncomfortable, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need for him to argue with this traitor. Sometimes, if he argued too much, he would only lose his dignity. There was no need for him to do so. What's more, there was no need to flaunt their superiority in words now. Mu Yang shook his head, helplessly. He realized that this disciple of his had already reached a point where there was no medicine to save him. As such, there was no need for him to discipline him anymore. In the next instant, Zhou Xiao suddenly felt that something was wrong. The aura on his body was rapidly dissipating. At that moment, Zhou Xiao was panicking. The aura was dispersing, and he was unable to stop it at all. It was like a wall that was leaking air everywhere. You only had a pair of hands to block 2 places, but the other places were still leaking air. At the same time, the crowd also sensed this change. They all looked at Zhou Xiao in bewilderment. Zhou Xiao kept trying to stop them, but his actions were of no use. Everything seemed to have been set in stone. There was no way to change it. On the other side, and Kun watched as her comrades fell one after another. None of them could even withstand a single blow. She was extremely shocked. Xiao Yang's charge was unstoppable. Every time he swung his sword, a martial king would fall. As for those who had not reached the martial king realm, just the sword chi alone was enough to kill them. Now, Xiao Yang was like a demon from hell. Even though his body was dyed red with blood, he was still slaughtering endlessly. How could Xiao Yang calm down when he sensed that the people of the flowing cloud realm were being slaughtered? Hatred could only be washed away with blood. Xiao Yang's actions were just an eye for an eye. Although there were some successful sneak attacks, their attacks seemed to be useless against Xiao Yang. He didn't move at all and continued his killing spree. And Kun was even more dumbfounded. Looking at that Azura-like existence, she felt even more terrified. Since when did this young man grow to such a terrifying level? He alone killed the elites they left in the flowing cloud realm until they could not fight back. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. And Kun also wanted to stop it, but he had taken 2 swords. He could only watch all of this happen without being able to stop it. Although when Kun was still breathing, he could not leave this place. If he was not treated, he could only wait for death to descend. In an instant, the soldiers of the Yin Flame realm were completely frightened out of their wits. Some who still maintained their rationality turned around and fled, wanting to leave this hell-like place. They knew very well that if they did not leave this place, they would probably become cold corpses. If their luck was any worse, they might not even be able to keep their corpses intact. It could be said that Xiao Yang's appearance was a complete anomaly. It was something they did not expect. However, it was already wishful thinking for those people to want to escape. Their exposed backs were directly pierced by the sword qi. In the end, they could only unwillingly fall to the ground. At this moment, it could be said that blood was splattering like a drizzle. However, this time, it was a bloodbath that continued without end. Chapter 26:20. Such a ferocious massacre, like a demon god, truly made the Inflame World's warriors feel as if their guts were being torn apart. Moreover, they didn't even have the chance to escape. Xiaoyang was the master of the world and had absolute control over the flowing cloud world. Therefore, if they wanted to leave, they had to ask Xiaoyang for permission. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, all the Inflame World's warriors in North Light City had lost their lives. Moreover, they had died at the hands of a single person. The countless corpses piled up like a small mountain, and blood flowed everywhere. Now, it wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Although the Inflame World's cultivator's blood was light blue, the scene was still frightening enough to make others tremble in fear. This place seemed to have turned into a purgatory on earth. Xiao Yang stood at the peak of the pile of corpses. His gaze constantly swept across the scene as if he was checking if there were any fish that had escaped the net. This time, Xiao Yang was truly furious. Moreover, he had his own plan, which was to make the Inflame World pay the price. Anyone who stepped into the flowing cloud world would die. Those who participated in this matter couldn't extricate themselves. Although he had killed all these people, the anger in Xiao Yang's heart didn't lessen in the slightest. Because, in his opinion, even if these people were all killed, they couldn't compare to the people of the flowing cloud world living. Xiao Chongxing could not help but subconsciously suck in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had seen Xiao Yang act so crazily, back in the demon world. Even though they had 1,000 years of hatred, Xiao Yang had used relatively gentle methods to quell the war and not kill to stop the killing. However, when he thought about the heavy losses of the people of the flowing cloud world, Xiao Chongxing felt that it was reasonable. The Baldi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had always felt that he was a vicious and merciless person. However, now it seemed that compared to that killing god, he was still a little lacking. Of course, they all understood that Xiao Yang had never been a bloodthirsty person. If he wasn't truly angry, why would he do that? There was a reason for everything he had done. If he wasn't so angry that he had lost all reason, how could he be like this? The Northern Light City was also completely shrouded in this bloody scene, causing people's moods to become very depressed and gloomy. Xiao Yang suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Xiao Yang arrived at the top of the city walls. He looked at Mu Yang, then at Zhou Xiao, who was lying on the ground. Now, Zhou Xiao was also in a very miserable state. The disappearance of the qi in his body could not be stopped, and it even threatened his realm. "Sorry, I came back late this time," Xiao Yang said apologetically. Mu Yang did not care about his injuries. "It's not too late at all. At least Borealis City is still here." In Mu Yang's eyes, as long as Borealis City and Summit Victory Mountain could be defended, then the drift cloud field would have a chance to turn the tables. Now that Xiao Yang had returned, they only needed to recuperate for a bit. Who knows, they might even be able to launch a counterattack and chase the invaders from the Inflame field out of the drift cloud field. How should I deal with this traitorous disciple of mine? Mu Yang thought about it and asked for instructions. Normally, Mu Yang could make the decision himself. However, at this juncture, Zhou Xiao had betrayed the drift cloud field. It was difficult for him to deal with this matter alone. Betraying a person and betraying an entire world were two completely different matters. He's already been punished by the drift cloud field. As for how to deal with him, That's up to you, Xiaoyang said plainly. Xiaoyang didn't care at all about how to deal with this traitor. Moreover, the only person he had hurt was Muyang. Zhou Xiao did have some talent, but he was able to achieve what he had today mostly because of the world spirit's help. It forcefully added luck to his body. However, when the world spirit discovered Zhou Xiao's wild ambition and betrayal, it naturally took back all of this. Muyang was speechless. It was a bit difficult for him to deal with this himself. Boss, you should quickly rest and recover from your injuries. Don't worry about this, we can deal with it, Baldy walked over and said softly. If it was before, Baldy would definitely say a few words of flattery. Now, however, he truly admired this master of his. Actually, everyone could see that Xiaoyang was covered in wounds. Earlier, he had killed many of the Inflame Field's experts by himself. Although they had all been insta-killed, it was still difficult to defend against. Now his injuries were not light. A powerful being could indeed stop an army of 1,000,000 with a single skill. But no matter how strong you were, you would still have to pay a price. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, I don't have time to rest right now. When he said that, Baldy and the others couldn't help but stiffen. Immediately lead the troops and attack. If you encounter an expert you can't defeat, immediately retreat. Although we need to protect this world, we also need to protect our own lives, Xiaoyang said in a low voice. When he said that, Baldy, Xiao Changsheng and the others immediately obeyed. Now, it was indeed time for them to launch a counterattack. Boss, just leave this to us, Baldy said. Xiaoyang nodded and said, Remember, be smart. If you can't win, leave. I don't want the casualties to increase. In this short period of time, Xiaoyang had already sensed that several martial emperors had fallen in the flowing cloud field. If this kind of casualty continued, they might really face a situation where their talents would wither away. Senior Muyang, I'll leave everything to you. I'll go to taste Victory Mountain first, Xiaoyang said. When he said that, Muyang and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Xiaoyang had used his own strength to resolve the crisis in North Light City, but now he wanted to rush to taste Victory Mountain. Wasn't that a little too hasty? Moreover, in his current state, even if he went, it would be difficult for him to accomplish anything. It could be said that most of the Inflame World's forces in the flowing cloud field were concentrated in North Light City and taste Victory Mountain. This was because these two places were the most difficult to take down. They were also strategic points that had to be taken down. Therefore, these two places were worth it for them to use more people to conquer them. Leader, please reconsider, Muyang begged. However, Xiaoyang shook his head and said, If I go too late, what will happen to the tens of thousands of lives on the mountain? As soon as he said that, Xiaoyang rushed out in a hurry. Chapter 26-21. Muyang sighed as he watched Xiaoyang turn into a streak of fiery light and disappear from the heaven realm. Xiaoyang had always been like this, treating the flowing cloud realm with great importance. Now that the flowing cloud realm was in deep trouble, how could he sit still? If the crisis was not resolved, he would probably ignore it no matter how serious his injuries were, and go deal with it immediately. Do you know the difference between you and him now? Muyang asked coldly. However, Zhou Xiao only sneered. He did not think that Xiaoyang's actions could show the difference between them. He was just unlucky. The dissipation of his aura was probably caused by him. Seeing Zhou Xiao's stubbornness, the last bit of patience in Muyang's heart disappeared. He felt that even if he continued to be long-winded, it would be of no use. This fellow was already beyond saving. Men, take Zhou Xiao away. We'll judge him after this is over, Muyang said angrily. Right now, Zhou Xiao's aura was dissipating, and he was unable to stop it. His cultivation was also falling, so anyone with a bit of strength was enough to take him down. However, Muyang was still a bit worried. He had to break Zhou Xiao's tendons to prevent him from causing any more trouble. Xiao Changsheng, you and Baldy take people to the Dark Night Sacred Land. Save him if you can. Qi and Guangqi, and I will go rescue Baixing City first. Muyang began to give orders. Although the Northern Light City's strength was well preserved, it was still difficult for them to be able to hold their own. It was still difficult for them to give out precise orders. Of course, the biggest problem right now was still the Taste Victory Mountain. Currently, the Pine Victory Mountain was completely surrounded. Although there were a few loopholes, they were only openings deliberately left by the Flame Realm's almighty figures. They were giving the people inside the Pine Victory Mountain a way to retreat to the path of death. Because they had already planned this beforehand, the God Realm had also sent reinforcements. Although there were quite a few reinforcements, it was impossible for them to turn the situation around. However, because of the existence of the 10,000 Hearts United Formation, it also made the Taste Victory Mountain even more solid and difficult to break through in a short period of time. It could be said that the current Taste Victory Mountain was the strongest fortress in the Drift Cloud world. If this place was breached, the entire Drifting Cloud world would have fallen. With the support of the formation, they were able to repel several attacks from the Flame Realm. However, the cultivators in the mountains were almost exhausted. If there were a few more attacks, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Ji Fei sat at the top of the mountain and looked at the army below. His brows were tightly knitted together, and he was extremely worried. "Looks like we won't be able to escape this time," Shen Emo said wearily. Ji Fei could only laugh helplessly. He was naturally aware of this. Moreover, the one he was facing was a rank 5 almighty. If not for the strength of the formation, it would have been destroyed long ago. Now, Ji Fei admired Xiaoyang even more. He seemed to have reached the pinnacle in every aspect. "I don't think so." Xin Fian was not convinced. As long as the All Hearts Cooperation Formation wasn't broken, the Taste Victory Mountain naturally wouldn't fall. Shen Emo only shook his head with a smile. What was the point of saying all this now? Hold on a little longer. Who knows if a variable will appear? I think the Flame Realm's attack was so fierce at the beginning because they don't have much time. As long as we can drag it out, they might retreat on their own. Ji Fei smiled. This time, the Flame Realm could be said to have displayed their lightning-fast tactics to the fullest. Although there were still many troops at the foot of the Taste Victory Mountain, there were also many people who went around to invade the rear. This was enough to explain too many problems. Therefore, the Flame Realm must have some misgivings, which was why they did this. In that case, there is indeed some possibility. Shin Emo said with more determination between his brows. Battle formations were all about fighting steadily and steadily. However, the Flame Realm's method of fighting was indeed a little strange. Maybe they're just too anxious, Xin Fian murmured. Now, Xin Fian was also looking forward to whether that person would come back in time. If he could come back in time, then there was still a possibility of everything turning around. Just like starting a war with the White Bear tribe. Ji Fei only smiled faintly, but in the next moment his expression changed. Because he saw a person soar into the sky, erupting with a powerful might as if he was unparalleled. Looks like he still can't sit still and is preparing to personally take action. Ji Fei said as if facing a great enemy. Shan Emo also immediately got up and began to call everyone to prepare to resist with all their strength. The reason why Ji Fei was like this was because the person who took action was the rank 5 almighty who stayed in the flowing cloud realm. Emo and looked at the formation before him, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became somewhat sinister. In the beginning, he felt that he only needed to hold the line. But after a few rounds of attacks, he discovered that this place was as stable as an iron bucket. It was impossible to break through it all. Therefore, he had no choice but to personally take action to break the formation. If he wasted too much time here, it would be very bad. At the same time, Mo was also very curious. Just what kind of formation actually had such a profound effect? This was truly very curious. You can still keep your lives if you surrender earlier. Otherwise, when the formation is broken, It will definitely be the day you die, Mon said furiously. His words didn't scare Ji Fei and the others out of their wits. Instead, all of them were prepared to fight to the death. They all had their own pride, and similarly, they understood the character of these people very well. Once they surrendered, what they would face in the future would probably be a life worse than pigs and dogs. What was the point of struggling at death's door like that? They would rather die standing than live kneeling. If you have the ability, then break this formation first. Ji Fei roared furiously without showing any weakness. Mon had a helpless appearance. He shook his head and said, "Since you're courting death, then don't blame me." After he finished speaking, raging flames immediately ignited behind Mon, and it turned from light blue to dark green. It looked extremely strange. The might of the ball of flames was constantly rising as if it was unstoppable. However, in the next moment, Mon's brows frowned slightly, and he subconsciously retreated 10 miles away, only to see a fiery red sword light instantly arrive before the grand formation and stand there like an insurmountable barrier, separating the two. The flames dissipated, and they saw youth in black robes. Chapter 26-22. Shen Fian's heart skipped a beat when she saw the black-robed figure. That back view was so familiar. Back then, when she encountered a powerful enemy, it was because of his appearance that she was able to escape danger. In the Divine Tomb, it was also because of him that she was able to protect her mind and walk out unscathed. Shinmo's mind couldn't help but tremble. He was extremely excited. He knew that since this person had returned, Princess Mingzhu would also rush back. In this way, the horn for their counterattack would be blown. Originally, the soldiers were already in despair and were prepared to fight to the death. However, because of the black-robed figure's appearance, they saw a glimmer of hope. The corner of Ji Fei's mouth also revealed a trace of a smile. Sure enough, he had never disappointed anyone. Every time, he would appear at the most critical moment and turn the tide, changing everything. However, Ji Fei was still relatively rational. He knew very well that Xiao Yang's return could indeed turn the situation around. However, it was probably still difficult to completely turn the situation around. After all, the current situation had almost reached a point where it was difficult to salvage the situation. Moreover, the Inflame world had launched a full-scale invasion this time. How could it be so easy to expel all of them? Mon looked at the young man and suddenly revealed a trace of a self-deprecating smile. He had retreated earlier because he sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching. He was indeed a little worried that the other party would succeed in a sneak attack. If that happened, he might die here. However, he didn't expect that although the other party was at the same cultivation level as him and his aura was strong, it couldn't cover up his extremely heavy injuries. I didn't expect someone to come at this time. Mon smiled. When he thought about how he had been frightened by such a person, the self-deprecating smile on Mon's face deepened. This shouldn't have happened, but it had happened to him. Even though he was displeased, it was the truth. Moreover, the appearance of this person still couldn't change the overall situation. If the other party was in his peak condition, perhaps Mon would still be somewhat fearful. However, he didn't have so many misgivings before. You're merely an arrow at the end of its flight now. Why bother? Mon was slightly puzzled as he asked. Ji Fei and the others immediately began to pay attention to Xiao Yang's situation. Although his aura was strong, there were still some flaws. Everyone was well aware of the reason behind this. Now, Ji Fei couldn't help but worry. If Xiao Yang insisted, then the result would be hard to say. Even if I'm an arrow at the end of its flight, it's still enough to kill you. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Once these words were spoken, Mon laughed out loud. At their level, even the slightest mistake on one side would be a fatal flaw. Yet, this young man was still able to say such big words. This was truly somewhat laughable. What arrogance! Mon sneered. he was unable to see through it as well. Where exactly did this young man get such confidence from? Now, Emoan was also very curious. Previously, they did not receive any news of a Type 5 powerhouse appearing in the Four Realms Alliance. Even the number of Type 4 powerhouses could be counted with one's fingers. But now, a Tier 5 powerhouse had appeared out of nowhere. This caused Emoan to be extremely puzzled. However, this made sense. If the Four Realms Alliance's strength was really as they had previously probed, then it was naturally impossible for them to defend against the White Bear tribe's attack. After all, the people of the White Bear tribe were not idiots. Xiao Yang held the divine sword and began to calculate in his heart. The successive battles could be said to have exhausted him both physically and mentally. Even with the replenishment of the power of the world, it was still difficult for him to recover in a short time. Moreover, the heavy injuries had consumed even more of his strength. Therefore, he was already somewhat powerless now. However, the crisis had yet to be resolved. Therefore, no matter what, he had to continue to hold on. At the very least, the crisis in front of him had to be resolved. Otherwise, if it continued to drag on, it would only be detrimental to the drifting cloud realm. Moreover, it would be accompanied by more casualties. Thinking of the scenes he had seen on his way here, the anger in Xiao Yang's heart rose again. It was difficult to restrain. Others had already come to his home to behave atrociously. Even if he had to exhaust the last bit of his strength, he would make them pay an incomparably heavy price for this. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang's eyes darkened. Immediately his aura swelled again. "You're so angry just because of a few words? It's indeed a little interesting." Emoan laughed. From the other party's reaction and emotions, Emoan had already guessed that this person must have an inseparable relationship with the drifting cloud realm. Otherwise, how could he possibly be so angry? Looking at the eyes of the many cultivators of the Taste Victory Mountain, it was as if they had seen their savior. From this, it could be seen how important his position was. So much so that his position in their hearts was even more transcendent. If I were to go to your home and wantonly slaughter, would you still be able to remain calm? Xiao Yang berated. Immediately, an extremely powerful sword aura erupted from his body. It revolved around him, appearing extremely overbearing. Hearing this, Emoan raised his brows and said, "Xiao Yang!" In this way, Emoan could be sure who was standing in front of him. However, he still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Wasn't this guy a fourth-order martial emperor? Moreover, he was still causing havoc in the myriad beast realm. How could he have rushed back so quickly? If he had returned to the drifting cloud realm earlier, he would have probably intercepted them at the Taste Victory Mountain. He wouldn't have only appeared now. Therefore, there were many doubts that Emoan couldn't understand. Moreover, there was still no battle report from the Northern Light City. Could it be that Kun and the others couldn't take him down? Suddenly, a feeling of uneasiness arose in Emoan's heart. There was no news from Kun and the others. Could it be that they couldn't send any more messages? Was that why they were like this? Looking at Xiao Yang's injuries again, the thought in Emoan's heart was confirmed. He couldn't help but feel incomparably shocked. It wasn't impossible for a fifth-order martial emperor to lead the team led by Kun to annihilate the team led by Kun. It seems like it's true. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to take down the drifting cloud realm. As Emoan spoke, a light blue flame ignited behind him again. It could be said that Xiao Yang was the strongest barrier for the drifting cloud realm. As long as he didn't fall, the drifting cloud realm would never be taken down or conquered. As for the fall of some places, it was only temporary. Chapter 26-23. Xiao Yang did not want to waste any more time. He slashed with his sword and attacked Emoan. His condition was not very good. If he continued to delay, his injuries would only make his burden heavier. He might not be able to recover. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. Moreover, if they delayed any longer, perhaps even more citizens of the flowing cloud realm would lose their lives. Therefore, no matter how you looked at it, Xiaoyang did not have the confidence or possibility to continue delaying. He had to end this mess quickly. This was the only way to stop his losses. Mo and was the person who took down the drifting cloud boundary. If he killed him, then the In-Flame Boundary's army in the drifting cloud boundary would collapse. Moen felt some admiration in his heart when he saw that the youngster didn't care about his injuries at all, and directly charged towards him to kill him. From this, it could be seen that he truly loved his boundary. That was why he was fighting with his life. But sometimes, not being powerful enough was the original sin. If you were powerful enough, then others would not dare to make a move against you. The drifting cloud boundary strength was far too weak among the 3,000 middle realms. It was also easy to conquer. How could the In-Flame boundary miss this great opportunity? If Xiaoyang's performance was not so unyielding, Moen might have considered recruiting him. However, such a person was too obsessed with certain beliefs. Thus, it was completely impossible to recruit him. Therefore, they could only stand on opposite sides forever. People like him were very terrifying. They were a great enemy. If they could get rid of him as soon as possible, they could not be soft-hearted. Thinking about this, Moen stopped thinking about anything else. Immediately, the flame behind him rose. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a fire dragon and attacked his opponent. Looking at the fire dragon, Xiaoyang was still fearless. He had even fought against opponents of the 7th level of the Martial King realm. He even killed them when they worked together. Now that he was facing an opponent of the same level, why would he be afraid? The fire sword continued to fall. Immediately, the two flames clashed and destroyed each other. At this moment, Moen's eyes were filled with shock. This was because the situation before him was something he had not expected. Although Xiaoyang was indeed powerful now, he was just an arrow at the end of its flight. He should be short of breath. However, the ability that he had just displayed did not seem to be the case. Therefore, Moen was also somewhat uncertain. What in the world was going on? Now that things had come to this point, Moen was unable to carefully consider so many things. He was also calming himself down and hoping that he could think of a reason. However, he did not have that much time to calm down. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon dissipated and Xiaoyang's sword arrived. Scram! Moen roared in a low voice. With a wave of his hand, a light blue whip appeared and lashed out at Xiaoyang in an attempt to force him away. However, Xiaoyang seemed to have completely disregarded it. He continued forward and allowed the whip to strike him as if he didn't notice it at all. Not to mention Ji Fei and the rest. Even those almighties from the In-Flame world were similarly dumbstruck. Although they had also fought with fierce warriors from the Myriad Beast world before. This kind of fighting style that did not care for one's life. It was really their first time encountering. Of course, it was the first time they saw an elite using such a desperate method. At this moment, Moen's heart was also extremely shocked. Now he seemed to understand a little why Xiaoyang would be riddled with scars. Because he wanted to end the battle quickly and did not hesitate to exchange a life for a life. This young man was really crazy. He attacked without thinking of the consequences, making people fearful. Scram! Moen did not want to be hit just like this. Clapping his hands together, many flames immediately gushed out from his body and surged towards Xiaoyang continuously. It seemed as if he wanted to directly burn him into ashes. However, Xiaoyang still had a majestic and fearless attitude. He only charged forward. Moen's heart was somewhat flustered. However, his movements were methodical. He was very clear that only in this way could he force the opponent, who was like a mad dog, to retreat. Otherwise, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, the facts proved that Moen's idea was wrong again. Xiaoyang still did not change and still charged forward. He allowed those light blue flames to burn on his body. Swish! Under a sword, Moen's body was penetrated. Countless berserk sword qi continued to wreak havoc in his body. After Moen was hit, he did not dare to tangle with Xiaoyang, this lunatic. He quickly pushed away and looked on with incomparable resentment. Lunatic. He's simply a lunatic. Mo roared somewhat hysterically. Now, Mo's mood was also very bad. The opponent's fighting style that risked his life was what he hated the most. This kind of action was like a desperado who did not have any scruples about the consequences. After Xiaoyang succeeded, he also immediately retreated to one side and began to suppress the flames burning on his body with all his strength. If it was not completely extinguished in time, he might be burned into ashes and annihilated. At this moment, Xiaoyang's heart was also filled with helplessness. Until now, Xiaohua had not been able to completely finish off Zhu Guangtu. Otherwise, with Xiaohua's help, it would not be so strenuous. However, Xiaoyang did not stop because of this. He also began to accumulate power once again, preparing to launch the next attack. This was a battle formation that would not stop until one was dead. Moreover, he wanted to end the battle quickly. Hence, he could only do this. He wanted to catch the opponent off guard and make him unable to think too much, causing him to be in a mess. When he felt the opponent's aura rise again, Mo's heart could not help but tighten again. Could it be that this guy is going to launch another attack? He is indeed a lunatic. Sky burning blue flames. Mo roared in a low voice, his hands clasped together. Immediately, light blue flames gushed out from all parts of his body. In the blink of an eye, it formed a monstrous power. Now, the stance that Xiaoyang displayed made Mo completely panicked. Since he was going to risk his life, Mo naturally would not be afraid. Therefore, he directly took out his ultimate skill. It was just risking his life. It was not like he could not do it. Moreover, Mo was still in his prime. Why would he be afraid of an arrow at the end of its flight? In Mo's opinion, as long as he went all out, his opponent would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack. The disparity in strength had already determined their ultimate skills. In the blink of an eye, the light blue flames formed a monstrous fire. It continuously moved forward, eroding the young man who was covered in wounds. Mo's eyes were filled with killing intent. He could not wait to grind his opponent's bones and scatter his ashes. Chapter 26-24. Facing the enraged Mon, Xiaoyang still had a majestic and fearless attitude. Seeing that the other party was prepared to fight to the death with him, that was even more exactly what he wanted. What Xiaoyang was afraid of was that he would deal with it calmly and defend tightly, leaving him with no chance at all. But now that he took the initiative to attack, then he would inevitably reveal a flaw. Thunder sweeping fire. In the next moment, Xiaoyang also turned into a bolt of lightning, charging over with extreme speed. The sword intent in his hand was also almost completely gathered at this moment. The power was also very terrifying, the killing intent condensed. The lightning directly poured into the sea of fire, as if disregarding life and death, or as if he was too stubborn, just wanting to attack from the front, completely not knowing what a roundabout strategy was. Seeing Xiaoyang charge into the sea of fire with his own skill, the corners of Mo's mouth also revealed a trace of a smile, because such an action, in his view, was nothing more than a foolish way of doing things. Moreover, doing so was practically no different from throwing away one's life. Once enveloped by the sea of fire, at that time, all the power would pour into his body, even if it was a powerhouse of the same realm. So what? At that time, you would also not be able to completely offset it, and would even be incinerated completely. Ji Fei and the rest watched with even more trepidation. Now, Xiaoyang's fighting style was indeed very crazy. Even this fighting style that did not consider the consequences was even more incomparably shocking. Practically everyone's heart was seized, and even some people subconsciously held their breaths, wanting to see the result of this battle, just how it would be. Although they all knew that Xiaoyang had never disappointed people, but now it was unavoidable that they were extraordinarily nervous. If it was a normal situation, they naturally would not be so worried. But now, Xiaoyang's situation was not very good. Once any mishap occurred, it would be out of control. Moreover, the current Xiaoyang was also their only hope. If any mishap occurred to him, most likely the entire drifting cloud world would be destroyed, and they would naturally not be able to keep their lives. Those warriors of the in-flame world were even more ridiculing. They did not expect that the other party's commander was actually a hothead. What was the difference between doing this and throwing away one's life? However, in the next moment, the lightning directly pierced through the blue flames and charged towards Amoan. He allowed the flames to burn on his body, and the flames behind him to follow him like maggots. He didn't care at all. Amoan's expression changed drastically once again when he sensed the urgent killing intent coming at him. How could he have imagined that his technique would not be able to stop Yi Shiwen and allow Yi Shiwen to break out of the encirclement? Furthermore, his speed did not slow down in the slightest. Quick, it became even faster. In the blink of an eye, that sharp divine sword had directly pierced through Amoan's body, and that incomparably hot flaming sword chi surged out. Seeing the young man's determined expression, Amoan's heart was incomparably shocked. Could it be that he was really a monster, able to ignore all pain? Or could it be that he couldn't feel any pain at all? Thinking of this, Amoan was even more shocked in his heart. He found it even harder to accept everything that had happened. In the next moment, Amoan directly slapped out with his palm and sent Xiaoyang flying. Amoan endured the pain and immediately began to suppress the restless sword chi in his body. He could only look at his opponent with incomparable resentment. The warriors from the in-flame world were even more dumbfounded. They felt that all of this was inconceivable. Was this even possible? After Xiaoyang was repelled, he swung the divine sword in his hand. Borrowing the sword's characteristics, he began to absorb and extinguish the blue flames that were attached to his body. However, that gloomy and cold feeling continued to attack him. He only frowned slightly. Now, Xiaoyang's injuries had become even more serious. However, he did not seem to be in any pain at all. He could only forcefully endure it. He could not care too much about it. Amoan had not tried to endure Xiaoyang's pain, nor did he have such a strong will. He directly cried out in pain. Then, several flaming sword chi could not be suppressed and directly penetrated his body. That scorching feeling caused Amoan to be even more restless and unbearable, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Some of the in-flame world's major powers also reacted at this moment and got up one after another, preparing to launch an attack on Xiaoyang. Ji Fei and the rest could also be said to be waiting in formation. After seeing the in-flame world's people take action, they all prepared to make a move to help Xiaoyang. With Xiaoyang around, the decisive battle could begin. I alone am enough. Xiaoyang extended a hand and stopped them. There were several rank 4 major powers present now. If Ji Fei and the rest left Pine Victory Mountain, it would likely be difficult to protect themselves. At that time, Xiaoyang still had to expend energy to help them. He would likely only become more annoyed. As long as the other party's pinnacle major powers were all killed, Xiaoyang could rest assured and let them step forward to face the enemy. Although Ji Fei and the rest did not quite understand, they did not dare to disobey Xiaoyang's intentions. Moreover, in the previous battle with the White Bear tribe, they suffered very few casualties. That was all because of Xiaoyang's foresight, as well as his meticulous planning. That was why they were able to survive. Otherwise, fighting like a boorish man, there would likely be many of them who lost their lives in the previous war. Kill him! Amoan had practically fallen into madness already as he roared furiously. Feeling his vitality constantly being severed under the scorching sword chi, Amoan was also completely unable to maintain his rationality now and directly gave the order to attack. When those major powers saw that Xiaoyang was in a bad state, they knew that he was also almost at his limit. Now was also the best time to kill him and render meritorious service. Several rank 4 powerhouses did not know how powerful Xiaoyang was and directly charged over. After Xiaoyang borrowed world power to stabilize his aura, he drew his sword and charged out, completely fearless. Immediately, the sky was filled with sword light. Lightning and flame soared chi crisscrossed, incomparably domineering. Barbarian gods, 7 steps. At this moment, Xiaoyang also forcefully mustered up a breath, displaying all of his abilities. What he wanted was to slaughter the other party. The combination of lightning and movement technique made Xiaoyang's speed rise to the extreme. Coupled with the help of the world spirit, he became even more elusive. What everyone could see were just a series of afterimages. That was all. That was how you could capture his specific location. However, each time Xiaoyang appeared, there would be a major power who would be hit. Their bodies would be pierced through or be severed at the waist. Although there was no way to directly kill him, heavy injuries were unavoidable. Mo and watched with fear and trepidation. He was unable to understand why Xiaoyang would have such a great change in a short period of time. The next instant, Mo An's heart turned cold. He sensed the arrival of danger, but he was unable to react and his head fell to the ground.